one. Come on, StreamYard, don't be a bitch. All right. Oh, 15 seconds. Shit.
Content.
Sorry.
Demonetization.
Knock your bitch's cabin. Fuck you, YouTube. Anyway, that's gonna make me. What was that video? I just reminds me of that video where they're talking about how this person is an evil like emperor who wants to control free speech and control and nanny state everybody, and then slowly fades in a picture of the CEO of YouTube. I'm like, what? Who was I talking about? Okay.
What? Yep.
Hey, YouTube. Where's the punishment you're supposed to give Sniper Wolf for doxing Jack's films? Dickweeds. Anyway, hi everyone. It's me, Grant the Movie and TV Guy, with
Luke.
The King has returned. We are back for it's not cultural appropriation, and the reason you'll know that, well, I'll wait for that till next week. But you'll see. Grant and Luke, what's up, homies?
What's up?
What's shaking? Bacon?
Yep, I was waiting for that.
How you good looking? Anyway, it's
all right.
Okay, Luke. If you're starting to twitch now, it's only going to get worse as this goes on. So,
I ain't twitching.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. What's up?
I was saying, I ain't twitching. What you talking about?
What you talking about, Willis? Anyway, welcome everybody to the best films of 2024. And everybody's probably thinking, Grant, the best films of 2024. It's not February yet. It's like, yeah. Well, here's the deal. I know there's some movies I still need to see, but I kind of had this thought as the year winded down. I'm like, I saw more movies than anybody else. I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't seen Nickel Boys yet. I own A Different Man. I haven't watched it yet. I haven't seen Hard Truths yet. I haven't seen The Last Showgirl yet. I haven't seen Better Man yet. At least those two I'm seeing this week, actually. But, barring the snowstorm, of course. I don't know if you know this, but a snowstorm is... We're snowed in.
Oh, boy. Snowmageddon.
Uh-oh. We're going to have to draw names out of a hat of who gets to get... No.
I was going to say for you with Better Man, just count it as a 2025 release. Like, you saw it this year, so...
But I can't do that. And the reason I can't do that is because it actually got a proper wide limited release in 2024. It wasn't like it was in one theater in Los Angeles. It was in quite a few. So I'm trying to, acknowledge... Well, it's the same reason there's one movie on my list that you could argue is a 2025 movie in our country, but technically it did play in a theater as close enough to me as an hour away already. So it's like, okay, that's a 2024. So I'm just kind of splitting hairs, but I decided, I'm gonna make an exception. But anyway, but the other thing is I went to SLIF this year, and so I saw a lot of films that have not gone wide yet, but I got to see them now that they are in limited release and they're on my list. So I just fuck it. We're gonna do the list now. And much like last year, wherever I post this, I'm gonna be posting it, of course on Letterboxd, I'm gonna be posting it on Facebook, whatever. If I need to make adjustments after I see those films, I shall. So that's what we're gonna do. But yeah. Hey everyone, this is my buddy Luke. We are here. Without further ado, I guess, just for the benefit of Luke and for the benefit of those watching right now, I'm just going to quickly give you my list so far. Just real quick, I'm going to run them over before we start with, I guess, your honorable mentions, I suppose, if you have any.
I do.
So consider these, these are part of the list. For those who didn't know, last week we did about an hour-long stream where I talked about 60 through 31, the best films of 2024. So this is the top 30, because I saw almost 400 movies this year. And because of that, I couldn't keep it even to 30 this year. It's just too much to do. So I wanted to spare Luke the thing of being on here forever. So I said, we're going to split them. So far, my list is as follows. Number 60, Civil War. Number 59, Out of My Mind, which is a gem that you all need to watch. It's been kind of hidden. 58 is The Piano Lesson. 57 is Hitman. 56 is Kneecap. 55, Deadpool and Wolverine. Sorry, nerds. 54, Sometimes I Think About Dying, which I technically saw in 2023, but it came out this year. 53, I Like Movies. Ditto. 52, Love Lives Bleeding. 51, Dune Part 2, or Tune as I call it. 50, Thelma. 49, Blink Twice. 48, Strange Darling. 47, Kill. 46, Monkey Man. Sorry, Luke. 45, The People's Joker.
Another whammy.
Another way. Well, I feel like we're going to be talking about that on a list next week.
I will for sure.
Transphobe. No, I'm kidding. No, I saw somebody comment or mention that to me about that video, and I said, no, Luke isn't like that. Fuck off. Like, he just didn't like a movie. It's not a big deal.
And plus, it's not my cup of tea.
Yeah, it's not your cup of tea. And you gave a good reason. You said it's not because it's a trans movie, it's because it's a weird movie, which is fine. It's too weird for you.
It's just not my kind of. It's just not my kind of humor. I didn't find it funny, and
Yeah.
I couldn't connect with any of the emotional beats.
Yeah.
So
number 44 is a movie that I watched for the 5th time on chat with this guy for his first time, and that was Hundreds of Beavers, the funniest movie of the year, as far as at least to me. 43,
that's debatable. I'll get to that.
But come on, Luke, you got to at least give me this. Ha-ha! Oh! Yeah.
Pull the lever.
What the? 40, like, walks over. Oh, yeah! He goes. Anyway, 40.
Yeah, he pulls the lever.
Yeah.
What the?
43 is the Luca super duper double bill of Challengers and Queer. That is the name of the film. Don't TF me. 42 is The Black Sea, which nobody saw. I saw it at Sliff. It's fantastic. 41, The Bike Riders. It was in my top list for so long. Number 40, Long Legs. 39, Kinds of Kindness, which Luke has come around on. I see.
I don't love the movie. Still,
I know you don't love it, but you don't hate it anymore.
I don't. I was thinking I was being too hard on it, but I'm still not like in love with the movie like some people are. Like I'm still like. But you've it's still a bit weird for me.
But you've warmed a little bit to it, though.
I know, but
yeah,
it's still a little bit too much for me. So.
Number 38, Gasoline Rainbow. Number 37, Turtles All the Way Down. Number 36, which was my number 1 at our midterm thing, Late Night with the Devil. It dropped quite a bit, but it's still a great movie. 35, my first film. Sorry, Becca. 34, The Room Next Door, which I saw at Sliff. 33, Amelia Perez. Again, Luke, you're wrong. No, I'm just kidding. Number 30.
New rule. No joking on that. Just saying.
Oh, okay, first and foremost, when I say you're wrong, and for certain people who are probably watching this, I'm talking to you directly, it's called being hyperbolic. It's a fucking joke. Grow the fuck up. All right. Anyway, 33, Amelia Perez. Luke, I'm sorry, brother. Number 32, I Saw the TV Glow. Again, so close. It was just so close. Number 31, A Complete Unknown. So that is that's my next best. Luke, would you like to give us your honorable mentions before we kick this fucker off?
Okay, so this will be from 73 to 33. So, and I'm just saying my top for my number 30, it's a tie.
Your number 36. Okay, cool.
So, Complete Unknown, just mentioned.
Nice.
Good movie, but it has its problems.
Now, do you like Bob Dylan though? Are you like a Bob Dylan fan?
I'm not like a massive Bob Dylan fan, but I like him.
Okay, cool.
So, 72, Kalki 2898 AD. I love Indian films, and
me too.
It's good.
It was on my runner-ups. I love that movie also.
71, Blink Twice. Zoe Kravitz, make more movies,
please.
Number 70, A Quiet Place Day One. Weakest of the 3, but still good.
Yeah.
69, Kill. Brutal as hell.
You said 69.
Oh, shit. I'm canceled. 68, Turtles All the Way Down. Very good. Has its issues. Don't think I'll ever watch it again.
I have personal reasons for why it's on my list, but yeah.
But I don't think it's just one of those films I don't think I'll ever watch again. But,
yeah, it's kind of heavy.
67. If you guys have Netflix, this is one of 2 Netflix films that I'm highly going to recommend. Rebel Ridge.
I haven't seen it yet. It was on my list, but I didn't have time to catch up with it. But I heard good things.
You have to check it out, dude. It's good.
Yeah,
you're going to love it. You're honestly, gonna love it.
Can I be honest with you? Netflix has had a pretty solid year this year. After kind of last year being kind of a doldrum, they actually kind of bounced back with some.
Even though we've had some shit ones, though, still
we've had some shit ones, but we've had some great ones too this year.
Number 66, Immaculate.
Oh yeah,
love my girl Sydney Sweeney. 65, The Killer's Game. Like honestly one of the more underrated films this year.
It was fun,
and I'm an action guy, so. It's my kind of movie.
Hey, Luke, so. I'm gonna kill the fucking doctor too. You get your eyes checked.
Yeah. Have you had your eyes checked?
I fucking love it.
64. Probably I don't know how to say this, but probably the biggest hidden gem of the entire year. Like a movie that just came and went. Nobody talked about it. Snack Shack.
Agreed. Okay.
Nobody is talking about Snack Shack. You guys need to check it out.
Honorable mentions of the honorable mentions. I also love Snack Shack, and everybody should check that shit out. It's a really good movie.
63, Ordinary Angels took me by surprise.
Same here. Yeah.
62, A Different Man. I love you, Sebastian Stan. This might be my favorite Sebastian Stan performance, personally.
Really? Nice.
And plus, even though I didn't like The Apprentice, but I thought he was great in it, but I just didn't like the movie.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later too.
Again, I'm not into politics. Just wasn't for me. So
I feel you.
61, The Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. Missed on the tension, but still a really good movie.
It's a solid Guy Ritchie movie. That's for sure. It's one of
just
his better.
One thing it was missing was tension.
A little bit. I agree with that.
Number 60, My Old Ass. This is a film. Let me get this clear.
Wow.
Let me get this clear. This was a film that I honestly was like, it's pretty good for most of it. Like I was like, it's pretty good, not bad. Until the third act came and just took me by complete surprise. I really enjoyed this. It's not one of those films that I'm gonna pop on a ton, but
no, the ending took you by surprise in a good way or a bad way?
Good way, of course.
Oh, good.
Like
fantastic.
It was like a 3 out of 5 for most of it. But when it came to the third act, that's when it bumped it up for me.
But the Justin Bieber scene, though, that was pretty fucking peak, I have to say.
That was pretty good.
That was hilarious.
Number 59, Am I Okay? Dakota Johnson, this is probably her best performance by far.
That's a good movie. That was also a runner on my runners-up. That was really underrated this year, honestly.
58, I'm just going to say, this was probably the year for my man Nicholas Hoult, The Order.
Dude, speaking of, stay tuned for the Granty Awards at the end of this stream here.
And this is not the first Nicholas Hoult that I'll even be mentioning on this list.
Oh, not at all. I have my top 30 has at least 2 of his films on there. So
I have one more in my honorable mentions, but the other one we're gonna talk about is definitely on my list.
Oh yeah, I think we have the same one there. Actually.
Yep. 57, Caddo Lake, a film that I never heard of, and then took me massively by surprise.
That was really good. I actually knew nothing going into it. That was like, it didn't make any of my list, but I really enjoyed it. And I remember around Halloween, my mom was like, "What's a good like thriller to watch?" And I said, "Oh, watch Caddo Lake. It's actually pretty good. I don't want to tell you anything about it. Just go in cold." And
I had to thank Jacob for that one because he posted his review, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" And then he gave it a really positive review, and I'm like, "Check it out," and it was good. Good stuff.
Dylan O'Brien, man, what a fucking king.
He also had a great year too.
Yeah, one of his films this year is on my top 30. There's your hint.
Same here, but we'll talk about it.
Fantastic.
56, We Live in Time. Again, bit depressing. Won't really watch it a ton, but it's still very good. Like, don't get it twisted. Very good movie.
Not perfect, but a pretty good movie. I agree.
55, Gladiator 2. Missed on the emotion. Honestly, it missed the emotional punch that made the first film a masterpiece. But It's a great film, just missed the emotional punch. That was honestly what it needed.
I thought it was fun. Here's my thing. I'm going to give you a bit of a hot take. I'm not a massive fan of Gladiator 1. I think it's good. I think it's a good, really good popcorn movie that has an emotional core, true, but the stuff I liked about Gladiator 2 and disliked about Gladiator 2 is kind of the same likes and dislikes I had for Gladiator 1. I thought that the villains in this were really good. I thought especially Fred Heschinger as the one emperor was fantastic.
Yeah, but I thought Denzel Washington was perfect in that movie.
Well, Gracie, you're going to find out if you stick around.
You'll find out.
Yeah. We don't want to tell you just yet. We're keeping it a surprise.
Okay. 54 is Conclave. Now, this is a film that I really liked. I just think it's incredibly slow. And I still don't know exactly what they're trying to say about the film. It's one of those films that you got to watch multiple times to completely understand it, because it is very thought-provoking.
I have a pretty good idea of what they're... Let me put it to you this way. We're going to be talking about this one later on the list, too, and I think I can break down... I think I know what you're getting at, and I think I have an answer for you, from my point of view.
Again, this is from my point of view out of the movies I'm mentioning, so...
Oh, of all time! Okay.
Okay. I'll quickly go over my top 5. Top Gun Maverick, John Carpenter's The Thing, The Crow, the original.
Nice.
Hellraiser, Trainspotting.
Here's my good list. Here's my thing. Mine changes all the time. Currently, my top 5 are, and this first one is a first watch for this year. I saw it in a projected as a first watch. Number 5, The Last Picture Show. I love that movie. I've watched it now multiple times. 9 Days is my number 4. Number 3, The Social Network. Number 2, Ghostbusters. And number 1, Clerks. That's my top 5.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Anyways, number 53, another late summer surprise, 1992.
Oh, yeah, I liked that movie. I actually really enjoyed that movie. That's the one with Ray Liotta, right? It was his last...
that was his final film. So
that was pretty decent.
Rest in peace. This one moved down massively for me. This was actually on my list for a while. Love Lies Bleeding. This film got a little too crazy for the third act. So,
but the ending was pretty great. I've seen that one.
That was actually now that I think about it, my biggest issue was the ending. It got a little too weird for its own good.
It got weird, but look, you know me. I'm one of those guys where I'm like, swing for the fences, and I will at least somewhat be like, okay, I see what you're doing, and I can admire that. Unless it comes off as really stupid, we'll talk about that next week. But also, for those in the chat, if you guys want to tell us what your favorite movies of the year are, feel free at any time, and we'll post them up here. Unless you say number 1, your mom, and then, of course, you won't be up here.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Okay, go ahead, Luke. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. 51, Maxine. The weakest of the 3, but still very good.
Agreed.
Number 50, Furiosa. I've gone down a little bit on this one because I think the film is very slow, and I think the film doesn't feel as, raw or real as Fury Road.
A little, yeah.
It honestly focuses a bit more on the digital effects / green screen. So I think that was honestly the reason why the film flopped. And I'm not gonna sit here and be like, it deserved to flop. It didn't.
No, it didn't. It was still a good movie.
But what I'm trying to get at is that people, and I'm not trying to sound sexist by saying this, people want to go to a Mad Max film to see Mad Max. And plus, Furiosa as a character works better, in my opinion, personally, as a side character.
I feel like the biggest sin in that regard, when it comes to, is more a Mad Max saga subtitling. Because if it was just called Furiosa, nobody would give a shit, because they'd just be like, oh, it's a spinoff. Nobody would be upset about it. But the fact that they have to brand it as a Mad Max saga, it's just call it Furiosa. You don't need to add that.
I mean, yeah, but they want to see Mad Max in general.
Do you understand what I'm saying, though? Is that if they didn't have Mad Max's character in the title, people would just have been like, oh, okay, it's a Furiosa side movie. In the same way that if you go to see Thor, you're not expecting to see Captain America, but then they'll say Thor, a Captain America adventure. It's like, then where's Captain America? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That was kind of a flawed part, too.
Again, I wish the film made more, but at the same time, it made sense why it didn't make a ton of money. So, because to be completely fair, it's been a long time since we got Fury Road.
It's been a decade this year, right? So yeah,
so if they released it maybe 2 years after Fury Road, then probably it would have made a lot more money.
But here's the thing: we all knew that George Miller wasn't going to do that because he was going to mess with it and do it to the best of his ability until he got it right. He always takes long periods between movies if he makes a sequel.
I mean, I get that, but I'm just saying if they had released Furiosa like 2 years after Fury Road, maybe more people would have seen it in theaters.
Or like 5 years. I mean, this maybe 9 years is a bit too long. In the same way that like 9 years between Sin City 1 and Sin City 2 affected people's opinion of Sin City 2. Sin City 2 wasn't a bad movie, it was just too late. It was too,
Again, I really like Furiosa. I just think it came out too late.
That's fair. Gracie, I haven't watched a lot of movies many this year, but what movies do you guys recommend? Well, stick around and you'll find out.
There will be some that I'm definitely gonna recommend.
Okay, so what's the rest of your...
Okay, sorry about that little rant. I just wanted to get that out of the way just in case people would jump down my throat about it.
That's fine. Luke is as woke as Rick Van Winkle, so don't get on his shit. He's a good dude.
Yeah. So 49. Oh, this 49. One's gonna get me shit. Trap.
Honestly, you'd think that, but you know what? It's appeared on a lot of best of lists. If you go on yearendlist.com,
I've seen it on a lot more people's worst of the year list.
But here's the thing. Yeah, on YouTube maybe, but if you go on yearendlist.com, the actual critics, it's on like a lot of their lists for best films of the year. It's surprising how like Trap is kind of a regular on the I liked it too. I didn't think it was bad at all. I enjoyed it. It was one of the
sure, there's plot inconveniences, but I was willing to accept it.
Also, I don't think Salika is as bad as people said for the role she was playing.
Was good. I think she was better as a singer than as an actor.
She was better as a singer, but I thought that for her acting, like, let's be real. Shyamalan, as good as his movies can be, he's never been great at dialogue. And so when you have an actor who's not that experienced saying said dialogue, it's not great. But I don't know.
It's
a fun movie.
I just saw myself having a lot of fun with Trap. So
I kind of was dreading it, considering it wasn't screened for critics, and then walking out of it, it was like, my dad called me, so how was Shyamalan's latest? I'm like, honestly, it was pretty good. I don't know why they hid it from viewers so much. Like, it wasn't bad at all.
I think it was probably because Shyamalan feared that it was going to get tons of hate because of the plot inconveniences.
Well, and spoilers. I bet he was also nervous that people were going to talk about because the movie shifts kind of halfway in, and I feel like that's something that people would have talked about in reviews.
Until we get like some certain reveals, that's when I think the film started to lose steam.
A little bit, but my thing is like this movie is like better than, well, we'll mention it, but Tarot, which didn't get screened for critics and it didn't deserve to because it was ass water, but
hey, Trap, like...
Yeah, Trap was good.
So, yeah, for any of you haters out there, come at me all you want. I don't care.
Hey, all you haters out there, go on yearendlist.com and see and look up Trap on there and see how many lists it's on.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
48 Hundreds of Beavers. Grant mentioned it. We talked about it. Good movie. Just
not that far off for me, honestly.
Just not one I don't think I'll ever pop on a ton. It's good. Like, it's really funny, but just not... I didn't laugh, like, all the way through. Like, there were some moments where I was like, could have fixed that there just a little bit, but...
I feel like
also... And also, it doesn't really give you that much time to breathe in regards to the comedy. It should have given you more time to breathe.
It doesn't, but... Yeah.
Again,
keep going.
Just speaking for myself, like, because I think personally the film should have taken some more time to breathe.
Humor is objective. It's all, yeah.
Okay, so 73 through 48 were my 4-star ones, like the ones that I wanted to mention at least.
Yeah.
47 through, I'll just give you this. 47 through 14 are my 4.5 stars.
Okay.
So just to be clear. 47, speaking of, I'm gonna get shit for the comments. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey 2.
Which again, surprisingly decent.
I'm starting to I have a connection with those two films because I got to interview Louis Santer, the guy that played as Tigger in the second one. So I'm starting to get a little bit more of a connection with those two movies.
You know me, I still don't like Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, but Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey 2 was actually really good. That I'm actually kind of, in a couple of weeks, actually it's the Monday after, a week from tomorrow, actually, me and probably Austin and Brittany are going to go see Peter Pan Neverland Nightmare. And I'm actually
which apparently has been getting buzz. So
which honestly, I'm after that movie kind of looking forward to it because Blood and Honey 2 was a step in the right direction. Maybe it'll be like fun, like that one was.
Yep, and I gotta love my man Tigger.
He was one of the best things about the second one, honestly.
Better watch where you're going, bitch.
Also, it's Pooh in time. All right.
Oh fuck yeah, love it. 46, Juror number 2.
That didn't make your list. Okay, cool.
Again, some of these depend on rewatch factor for me.
Yeah.
So personally, I don't know if I'll ever watch Juror number 2 again. It's great.
It's really
for sure,
good.
But just the subject matter and everything, not one I will pop on a ton. Oh boy.
Gracie, if you hated the first one, I hated the first one too. I still do. You might like the second one. The second one's actually a lot of fun. As like a B movie, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Here's another one. I'm gonna get shit for in the comments.
Homie, I love you, and I'm saying this out of respect. We're almost a half hour in, and we haven't even gotten to the list yet.
I know. I'm sorry.
We got to move forward a little bit, man.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
This one's also gonna get me shit for. Challengers.
Well, it made my second list too, I guess. But yeah, at least it's on there.
It's on the list, but it's not anywhere near my top 30 or even top 20.
Yeah.
The movie that kicked off the summer with a whimper, The Fall Guy.
Yeah, which sucks because that movie also was a runner-up for me. I really enjoyed The Fall Guy a lot.
I mean, but also to be fair though, people didn't know like the IP, and plus like I don't know why people were sounding the alarm that movie theaters are dead when this one flopped. Did you expect this one to make like $1 billion?
You know what? But here's my biggest thing with The Fall Guy is the movie was great. The trailers were kind of so-so. I feel like if the trailers were better, more people would have gone because of the.
You're probably right, but also the name doesn't hook in a lot of people. So,
yeah.
Well, mainstream audience members, it doesn't hook in a lot of people. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but neither did The Equalizer, and they made 3 of those. So I mean, like, I feel
but
like
I'm not expecting Fall Guy to turn into a franchise. So
right.
I'm not expecting that at all. 43, if just a movie that I needed.
I really liked that movie a lot. I think that movie was
honestly that was just the film I needed.
Yeah, me too.
After this one, I'll try to speed through these, but
okay.
I needed this because I was doing a double feature night with this and The Strangers Chapter 1. After I got out of Strangers Chapter 1, I was like, I'm ready to go home because that film fucking sucked.
That movie sucked. I thought of 30-ish movies I disliked more, so it's not going to be on my worst of list, but it was not. In hindsight, it wasn't that great of a movie. Maybe I was just in a good mood. I was on a high after seeing If, and that movie just was like, whatever to me.
Here's the funny thing. I saw Strangers first.
I saw If first. Maybe that's the key. It's like a goodwill. Oh, man.
Yeah, but I'll talk about Strangers next week. But... And plus, after watching If, I was like, I needed this. I love this.
Jared says, to me, the third act of Trap was really just an add-on that wasn't needed. The first 2 acts were pretty decent. I was going to give it a 3.5, but until the third act made it a 2.5. That's fair.
Totally fair. 42, the movie I saw the same week as If, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes.
Which was also a good movie.
Apes together. strong. Have
Yeah.
to do it. 41. Gotta support my boy Reggie. Bad Boys Ride or Die.
Which
win.
Dude, it was me in a theater. It was me and this one woman. We're the only two people in the IMAX seeing this movie the first night. Or first afternoon. It was actually like 2 the night before, but like 2 in the afternoon. But I was sitting there with her, and when the thing where Reggie goes freaking ham on those dudes, we were like, fuck yeah, like together. And I was like, fuck yeah, Reggie. Fuck yeah.
How about windshield wiper fluid is flammable?
Man, I've been waiting for Reggie to.
How the hell am I supposed to know that? I ain't no damn scientist.
And then, are those Skittles on the counter, Marcus? He's like, those aren't mine.
Are y'all stealing our? Hey, hold on. Are y'all stealing our clothes? Oh, just because we black, we stealing your shit, Marcus? Look at your shirt.
Oh yeah. Tell us.
How about y'all sing us a little Reba song?
I'm a woman. I'm a strong. I'm a woman. What you gonna do?
That ain't no Reba song.
It's from her mixtape.
I love that.
I love that.
40. Roadhouse.
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 That too. I also
number 39. This is one of those films I'll recommend.
Yeah.
But this was an absolute surprise. Probably easily the biggest surprise of the year. The First Omen.
Dude, right?
Did you love The First Omen? That movie's fucked up.
It's a runner-up for me, but I put it with Immaculate in that way, but I'm like, man, I saw that movie after that also wasn't screened for critics, and until like the morning of that I went to see it, which is like Thursday afternoon, and I was in the Dolby. I saw both movies in the Dolby that night. First was Monkey Man, and I was on such a high, I was like, okay, The First Omen, what the fuck ever, and then within minutes I was like, is The First Omen like good? Oh my god, The First Omen is like really fucking good. And then it ended like, that was a good ass movie. That's wow.
One way to put this movie,
damn,
it's fucked up.
It's fucked up. It's almost like if Disney made an A24 horror film, and I mean that as a positive. Nell Tiger Free though. Oh my god, her performance in that movie. She was sexy and scary and awesome. Just thumbs up.
Yep. Number 38, gotta support my boy Glenn Powell, Hitman.
That All Pie is good.
That's not the first. That's not the only one that's going to be on this list. I'll tell you that.
It did. The other one you're thinking of didn't make my list, but it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it a lot.
Now, Grant, just
yes,
hold your fist back for this one. I'm just saying, I love this one, but again, rewatch factor. Just personally, Dee.
Get out. Get out of my stream. No, I'm kidding.
I'm sorry. Just, I don't find it very rewatchable, honestly.
Here's the thing, Luke. Here's why I will give you that. Let me put it to you this way. We're going to be talking about Dee later, and it's going to be pretty high on mine. I was the same age this kid was the year this movie takes place in. This movie was extremely relatable because I was going into high school in 2008. So this whole... That summer before high school, that was my summer before high school. So I related to a lot of what the movie was about, in a way that is very specific, you know.
Yeah. Well, same with this one. I know you're going to talk about this one next week, but this is just personal preference. Never Let Go.
It's okay.
This
we
one
can still be friends.
It gave me a lot of vibes of the film Frailty, which I certainly was not expecting. Like it's also one of those films that I think does require a second viewing to like fully grasp on like what you're trying to get at. Because
Halle Berry was really good, but it's Halle Berry. She's always good. Here's my thing. It's gonna be, yes, spoiler alert, it's gonna be on the worst films list for me. Not as high as you'd think though. It's actually like it's actually tied with something else. I don't think it's like an atrocity. I just was like, it had me going for a while, and I was really let down by what it was doing. I didn't think it worked. I thought overall it just didn't. And I'm kind of tired of the dirt grime apocalypse. I kind of wish there would be more of a variation on it. I think it's just they're kind of rehashing the ideas a lot. But look, I understand why you like it. It's not a lot of people liked it. It was critically pretty well received. I was kind of in a small boat of like, really, this movie? Okay, cool. But yeah.
But I'm just saying, man. If you give it another, if you give it another chance, you might like it.
I might consider that for that one. I might actually consider.
That's what I'm saying. Give it another shot, because
maybe you're right. Maybe I'll consider it. Okay, what's next?
35, Late Night with the Devil. Fantastic. David S. Malchian better get more lead roles.
Great Halloween movie too.
Yes. 34. Oh, speaking of Netflix surprises, Carry On.
That was a fun flick. I'm
gonna be watching that every Christmas. I'll tell you that.
That was a fun flick. One aspect of it that I didn't get to mention in my review, and since it's not on my list, so this is the time to do it. One of the things I loved about Carry On that almost pushed it into 5 for me was the idea that like this evil terror, the way that the terrorist plot is happening. So this poor schmuck has to deal with people being assholes at the airport and an asshole with a bomb who's gonna blow everybody up on Christmas at the same time. And that's great. I thought that was really well done.
Hang up now or Nora dies.
Also, Jason fucking Bateman, man. What a great freaking actor.
This is more of what I want to see from Jason Bateman. Is more darker stuff from him.
And Taron Egerton, I didn't know who Sophia Carson was before this, but she's really good. I think I've seen her face, but I've never.
And honestly, it's something a bit to get used to his American accent in Tetris. In this one, I was like, okay, I'm buying into it.
Yeah.
Like I was able to buy into his American accent more in this film than Tetris.
Yeah.
So, because his American accent in Tetris, I was like, what?
But in Tetris, wasn't he?
He's still great in it though. It's just his American accent threw me off.
I honestly enjoyed Tetris. My thing is, like, I felt like he was also doing, like, an additional accent on top of the American one. Like, he was doing almost like wasn't there kind of a twang or something? Or some kind of something?
At least with this one, it's a full-on American accent, which
right.
I was able to deal with.
Okay, so do you have any more honorable mentions?
One more.
Okay.
Another one. That's going to get
she came from Disney. Okay,
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
who was she on Disney Channel?
I forgot which one it was though, but she's definitely right.
Because it might have been.
Descendants. It was Descendants.
I think I watched like half of the first one with my niece, maybe. Descendants one.
Oh, yeah, it was Descendants.
That's the one about like the children of all the Disney villains, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty. Ben, why aren't you at work? Oh wait, the snowstorm, right? God damn it! The best Jason Statham movie was the Meg 2. Fuck off.
Also, Ben, that's not even the best Jason Statham movie that we've even gotten this decade. I'm going to be talking about it on my list.
Yeah, I agree.
Spoiler alert! It's on my list. Anyways, last honorable mention before we get to the list. Let me get this crystal clear. Yeah. I don't like the ending of this movie. Mm-hmm. And it did not need to be 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
The Substance.
Get out. Get off my screen.
The Substance did not need to be 2.5 hours. I am sorry.
Yes, it did.
It did not need to be.
Oh, yes, it did. Oh, I cannot. I'm saying this out of respect, Luke. What's that famous quote that Gene Siskel said once to Roger Ebert about, what was it? Oh, it was The Cop and a Half. The Cop and a Half, where he says, they say, like, you missed the boat. He goes, my friend, you missed the harbor. Yep. Although you did like it, so, I mean...
I love The Substance. Yeah. Just, the ending didn't work for me.
Sorry, so. I disagree. I disagree, Gracie, respectfully. But, yeah, it's so bad, I'm sorry. Give it another go, Gracie, I promise you. There's more to it than meets the eye. Anyway.
But, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Okay, so 30. We're going to start, finally... 39 minutes 30. We are finally starting.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's okay. We always go on a little long. For people who watch it like, oh, your things are too long, I'm like, look, that's our style. We do it off the cuff. If you say taste the rainbow, motherfucker, I'm banning you from this stream forever. You didn't finish it, Gracie? No. You gotta finish it. You gotta finish the movie. All right, number 30. Ben, what are your favorite movies of the year? I honestly want to know because I haven't seen much of you this year. He transferred to a new theater.
Oh, okay.
Damn. Anyway, so number 30. Hey, Luke. I got a question for you. Do you want a cookie? Do you want a cookie?
I want a cookie.
Yeah, do you? Answer it. Do you want a
Yes.
cookie? Good girl. Baby Girl is my number 30.
Oh, okay.
Controversial pick, I know. It was hot. I was jerking off so hard in the theater. No, here's the thing. First off, I knew this was going to be something special when it was the first movie in almost 4 years that AMC didn't do the Heartbreak Feels Good in a Place Like This video before it. Because the first sounds you hear is Nicole Kidman fucking. The first sounds you hear in the film is, oh, it's like the, oh, ah, yeah. That's like the first thing you hear. Baby Girl's fantastic. And yes, it's a movie that is, people have argued, oh, it's just artsy 50 Shades of Grey. First off, no, it's not. Second off, it's actually a good movie. Second off, it is actually, I'm somebody who I have never had an issue with showing sex in a movie. If you do it right. If the characters are good, if there is actually thoughtful exploration into sexual behavior, into the way the people are, guess what? Baby Girl is that movie. And it's smart and it's funny. Nicole Kidman is excellent. She's totally excellent. Okay, hold on a second, Ben. Top 5 movies that were released this year. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, The Fall Guy, Transformers 1, The Wild Robot, Smile 2, Heretic. Good picks. Good picks.
I will be. I'll just tell you. I'll be talking about a few of those as well.
Yeah. So this movie, yeah, I know, Luke, you haven't seen it yet because it didn't come to your theater or didn't come near you yet. Yeah, because this is a relatively new movie. This came out on Christmas Day.
Well, not just that. It's not really one that my theater would get.
Yeah. They did get Terrifier 3 though. So that was kind of surprising.
I'll talk about that when I get to another movie on my list. Like why it doesn't make sense that they got Terrifier 3 but not this one.
They got the other horny movie that came out on Christmas this year. We're also going to talk about both of us later. But Baby Girl's fantastic.
That wasn't the one I was thinking of, but I'll get there.
Yeah, complete unknown. I didn't think I needed to see Timothée Chalamet full frontal, but anyways, Baby Girl is really good, and it's directed by the lady who did Bodies, Bodies, Bodies. Totally different movie, but
I like a lot.
Which I liked quite a bit, but I like this even more. Have you heard of The Last Showgirl? I have. I'm actually, barring travel restrictions, because I don't know when the roads are going to be clear. I'm seeing it Wednesday night, so we'll have a review up near or by then of The Last Showgirl. I have heard about it. It looks really good. But yeah, it's just a really sexy, good thriller. It's smart. It's funny. It's smart in how it deals with power dynamics, the role of women in business. It's very feminist in its own way. And it's a movie about kink that doesn't shame those with those kinks. It's very intelligent in the way that it explores the psychology of it. Also, and then we'll move on, I promise. Also, really great later in life performance from late career performance from Antonio Banderas also, who is not being advertised as being in the movie that much, but he's her husband in the film, and he's great. Just really, really good. Timothée ruined Wonka, honestly. I liked Wonka. I thought it was a little too out there at parts. Again, maybe it's because I saw it with a certain somebody who's in the chat right now. And we were alone in the IMAX making step away from the child Candyman jokes, but I don't know.
Right.
It needed more candy, lol. Yeah, so my number 30, Baby Girl. Go check it out. It's in theater. It's still in theaters right now. Also, I also felt would be remiss not to mention this because I want to give proper credit for the movies I love. The film is directed by, I forgot to do some of these last week. I kind of had to correct midstream. Helena Rain is the director. So yeah, Baby Girl by Helena Rain, great movie.
All right, my number 30 is a tie, three-way tie.
No, Ben, you're wrong. That was when we went to see Barbie in the Dolby, and I almost got kicked out because I was making thirsty jokes about Margot Robbie. You remember this. All right, go ahead.
All right, so 30 is a three-way tie. So we got Dune
okay.
Part 2.
Okay.
Transformers 1.
Okay. Ooh.
And VHS Beyond.
Damn.
So
Good
three
picks.
completely different movies, but this is my list. So
good movies though. Good movies.
Dune Part 2. I was honestly kind of bummed out the second time I watched it that it's a middle chapter. I kind of wish it was more of a conclusion to the first book rather than just being a middle chapter. But
it is a conclusion to the first book. It's just that the first book has a cliffhanger ending. But
yeah, but it's I don't know. I just felt I just wish it was more of a conclusion to that first book. Is what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Transformers 1. Another one of the biggest surprises of the year because that first trailer was dog shit. I thought the film was going to suck. But
which one?
God,
Transformers.
Okay.
Okay.
That first trailer, for Transformers 1 was bad.
No, see,
I was like, I'm not buying into this. Like, Keegan-Michael Key is so miscast, so is Chris Hemsworth. And then I saw the second trailer, I was like, okay, not bad.
Paramount
and then
kind of
once I saw the movie, I was like, this is good.
Yeah, it is. And it's, you know how bad that trailer was? My best friend in the world who loves animation, and stopped being a Transformers fan because of the other movies. I said, dude, you gotta go see Transformers 1. Trust me, it's fantastic. Because I got to see it like a week before it actually opened. And there was like a sneak preview at my theater. And he said, no, man, I don't want to see that. I don't like Transformers anymore. I'm like, but you love animation. I'm like, yeah, but it's Transformers. He says, the trailer didn't impress me. And he didn't see the movie. And it still hasn't. And I'm like, dude, I'm telling you, the movie's good because the trailers were bad. The advertising of that was so bad.
Yeah, the trailers were bad, but like
the movie was great.
Which is actually why the film failed at the box office because the trailers were shit.
It's true.
So, and again, people don't go sounding the alarm like, oh my god, theaters are dead because this one didn't perform well.
It also they put it at literally a week before Wild Robot came out, and we all knew.
Well, and plus it was also 2 weeks after Beetlejuice, so
right.
And Beetlejuice was still riding the high, so
Beetlejuice was killing. Beetlejuice stayed at number 1, I think, until the Wild Robot. Pretty much most of September, it was like the number 1. Yeah. So, yeah.
And then VHS Beyond, I'm a huge fan of this franchise. Minus, of course, VHS Viral, which is dog shit. But
that doesn't count. That's not a VHS movie.
But VHS Beyond is easily my favorite of the franchise. By far, no question.
It was really good.
Besides the short from Justin Long, which I didn't honestly care for, it was honestly kind of a disappointment.
Now, see, I loved that. The one with the dogs, I thought that was
that was honestly kind of disappointing to me, but the short involving skydiving was my favorite, for sure.
Oh, that was,
The skydiving short was easily my favorite.
Yeah.
I also kind of wish the film honestly lived up to that one short, which was incredible. It's still awesome, but didn't quite get up to the level of that one short. But still love VHS Beyond. I already have it pre-ordered on Blu-ray, so that should tell you how much I love this franchise.
Nice.
So, I mean, I have all 6 of them, for crying out loud.
Yeah, so that is your number 30. So collectively, those 3 films are your number 30.
Yes.
Okay. So 29?
Yep.
Or do you have some more stuff you want to say? Because it's
no,
fine. Okay. Number 29. So, first off, before we go any further, this year, 2024, has maybe been the best year for animation ever. Animated movies have killed this year. Transformers 1 just got pipped from the list. It was a really good movie. It was on my runners-up. I really also love that film. But the first of the many, many animated films on this list is my number 29. A sequel that shouldn't have worked.
I know what it is.
That returned a studio that let me down royally 1 year prior back to its former glory. Inside Out 2 is my number 29.
You want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone?
Is that your number 29 also?
Yep. But
damn.
I'm going to tell you this really quick.
Yeah.
The reason why it's lower on my list than people would like it to be, I think my only issue with this movie is the fact that the plot is way too similar to the first film. I think if it honestly wanted to work a little bit better, it should have gone in a different direction rather than just telling the same story, but just just cranked up in a different direction. And I'm like, I still love it, but it should have done something a little bit more different.
I feel what you're saying. My biggest thing with that, why I kind of let that slide, though, is because I feel like, they explored structurally a similar sort of plot, but because of the age of the character, they were able to expand the scope in really thoughtful, interesting ways. So I was just kind of like, But no, really good movie. I really loved the new emotions. I especially love the depiction of anxiety is accurate. Like, you can tell.
Very accurate.
Like, the anxiety attack scene in particular was like, I actually was crying. It felt real to me. Also, the dream jail bit was just perfect. The freaking anime dude, video game dude, and like who can only go like one direction and like roll. It's supposed to be like,
we're doomed.
Well, no, in the scene with like, what was it, Baggy or whatever, and it's like a Dora the Explorer character. He's like, do you know where he went? He goes, who is he talking to? Talking to the wall. It's like
and then Fear is like, okay, we're doomed.
And then there's that one point where Anger goes, hey, do you need assistance? And then Anger is just like opens the bag up and is like ripping. He's like, oh! Whoa, sorry. Excuse me.
And hell, that's not even my favorite animated film this year.
No, it's not mine either. But it's no, not even close. No, what I'm saying is Inside Out 2 was fantastic. Don't get me wrong, fantastic movie. This year, animated films take up a lot of spots on this list, actually. This has been a really good year for animation.
I only have one animated film above this, so.
Well, you also, some of these animated films I don't think you've seen yet, that I've seen.
Well, no, but
yeah.
But also this year, honestly, in my opinion, wasn't the best for animation. I think last year was better.
Oh, no, I disagree. And again, maybe it's because I've seen more movies, but.
Well, not really that. It's just that I just haven't really seen that many, like, as good animated films as we got like for the last couple of years.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of animated films this year, and a lot of them have been really good. There have been some bad ones. Don't get me wrong. There's been some absolute ass water ones too. Never seen the second. Gracie, you gotta see the second one. She says the first one made her cry. You will love the second one. Michael, how's it going, buddy?
Michael, what's up?
Sup, fam. We make the best. We have the best friends. Another one.
Yep.
DJ Kelly. We
All right, you want to move on?
Yeah, we're moving on.
Yep. 28.
Okay, dope. But yeah, number 29. Both of our number 29s. Inside Out 2. Hold on. Proper credit. Directed by Kelsey Mann. Kelsey Mann directed. Good job, Kelsey Mann. Good movie. So, number 28. My number 28.
Go for it.
Luke mentioned it on his honorable mentions. This comes with a stipulation before I start. Dear David Zaslav, go fuck yourself. Burying this movie in 50 theaters, you know what's coming. In 50 theaters, one of which a couple weeks later, was in St. Louis. There was one theater in St. Louis. I got my ass out of bed at 9 in the morning. The only time they were showing it was at 10, was like at 11:30, I think, in the morning. I took my ass out of bed, went all the way down there an hour away to see this movie to properly honor it. What a disgraceful way to end the legacy of one of your greatest artists, who in this case made one of his best films. My number 28, Juror number 2. This was such a good movie. Like, directed by Clint Eastwood. We'll just get that out of the way right now. I don't even have to look that up. I'm movie related, but what is both of your favorite artists if you have time to answer? What field, Gracie?
Yeah, we'll get on that later.
Like music or painting or what? But yeah, juror number 2 is just the Nicholas Holt-assance. It's upon us because The Order was on my runners up. I really love The Order, and I really love this music. All kinds. Taylor Swift, obviously. Gracie Abrams. Basically, all the sad girls and boys. Noah Kahan was my top artist. LCD Sound System. My Chemical Romance. Talk about older. We could go on and on about that. I mean, older artists. Yeah, I like Cat Stevens a lot. Yeah, a lot of good music out there. Yeah. All right. Coldplay, awesome.
Anyways, yeah, continue.
So, juror number 2, I love Soundgarden and David Bowie. Also like those two. Very good picks. So, juror number 2 is it's just juror number 2. What happened to juror number 1? No, but it's just a really good movie. It's thoughtful. It's thought-provoking. Nicholas Hoult is great. The dialogue is great. Clint Eastwood has never been fussy with his filmmaking, but it's put to great use here. Eastwood is a guy who sometimes will miss. But when he's on, I feel, is when he has the right material he's working with. And in the case of this screenplay, he's working with it. And it's really a great story about the failings of the justice system. It's a great legal thriller. But it's also a great psychological study of this guy and the sort of moral and ethical dilemma that he's inadvertently possibly put himself in. And the ending, which is very open-ended and very bold, has stuck with me ever since I saw it. So yeah, number 28, it's now on HBO Max, which is where most of you will probably see it, sadly, but number 28, Juror number 2, by Clint Eastwood.
There you go.
Great movie. Go see it.
All right, 28?
Yep.
All right. Hey, Grant.
Yep.
Insert crazy action montage. Boy Kills World.
Oh yeah, baby. I know.
Like I said with the Killers game, this is just my kind of movie.
It's so much fun.
Silly, stupid, over the top, gory action.
Player number 2 is crazy as fuck.
Player 1 wins.
Yeah.
You really get to see my man Bill Skarsgård kick some ass. And this is not the
called
only
now.
Bill Skarsgård movie that's going to be on my list. So
don't forget to tell the nice people what the movie is, because we're making inside jokes. You forgot to say the title. I said
what? It was Boy Kills World.
I know, but you forgot to say it. You got to say the title of the film on your list. That's how the list works. Yeah. That's very, yeah. I know it's weird, but we have to do this. Bridges of Madison County is a good movie. I agree. Do you? Hey Luke, do you have any idea how hard it is to get a cereal company to sponsor mass murder?
Oh my
God,
that's
such a good movie.
My God, dude! The fact that they have something like the Hunger Games where it's like televised execution is pure insanity. But it's sponsored by a cereal company. That's even funnier.
Freaking Captain Crunch knockoff too, like Frosty Puffs or something. Oh my God!
I was gonna show you. This is what I have as my my backdrop for Boy Kills World.
Yeah.
My boy, seriously, it's my boy Bill Skarsgård kicking some ass, dude.
Don't worry. He goes, he wasn't actually going to help us. It certainly looked like he was going to help us.
Oh yeah, spoiler alert. Well, not really spoiler. It's in the trailer. They do kill off Charlton Copley.
They kill off like everybody except him and Jessica Roth, who is fucking awesome in this movie. The best thing about Boy Kills World, low key, like the second best video game movie that's not based on a video game after Scott Pilgrim, maybe. Like
it's honestly like another like, it's like I want to watch like one day I'm gonna do it. Watch Renfield and then this because it feels like they're both kind of inspired by Mortal Kombat with their action.
Oh yeah.
So like this is like Mortal Kombat like on another level.
I love
if Mortal Kombat was like more coked out.
it's runners up. I loved Boy Kills World. I loved getting scolded on my Instagram story by an old woman who went to my theater and walked out after 20 minutes for recommending it. Even more.
Oh.
Newsflash.
And this is not going to be the only Bill Skarsgård movie that's even on my list.
Oh, I agree.
And if people are gonna be like, is it The Crow? No. The Crow I liked.
I honestly didn't hate The Crow.
So yeah, haters. Take it or leave it. It's a good movie.
I wouldn't go as far as say it's a good movie, but I didn't hate it. But if you like it,
all I can say, Grant, I'm just glad you didn't think it was a disgrace.
Look, guys. Here's the thing: people are under this impression that I want to be contrarian, or I want to like stuff that other people hate, or I want to hate stuff that other people like. No, I see a movie with a clean slate, and if I like it, I like it, and if I don't like it, I don't like it. That's how it works. That's how the movies work. And you got a problem with that, get off of the internet forever and get out of film discourse forever, because opinions are opinions and they're not going to be the same as yours. It's okay. Don't go. If you have a problem with it, I don't know, change your diaper. Anyway.
Yeah. You even want to see something like, for another good reason why I even like The Crow? Check this out. I have it on freaking Steelbook.
Yeah.
For crying out loud. And this thing is freaking... Look at that.
That's pretty rad.
Look at that image.
But Luke...
Beautiful.
To be fair, you own movies you hate also. Just to have them on physical media.
I do, but...
Yeah.
At least this one everybody hates that I actually like.
Yeah, it's not a bad movie.
So...
Okay. Number 20.
Okay, so sorry about that little tangent there.
That's okay.
People,
so that was your number.
If people thought The Crow was going to be on my best of list, I was actually going to do that as a joke. In all honesty, just to really piss people off.
Yeah. So we've eclipsed an hour. I just wanted you. Number
sorry.
20, all right. So that was your number 27.
28.
28. Okay. So my number 27. Hey Luke.
What?
Here, you want some cheese balls?
Some cheese balls?
No, that's fucking disgusting. It's cheese balls. The Apprentice. Is my number 27. So, speaking of Sebastian Stan movies, yeah, nobody fucking saw this movie in the theaters. I did, but nobody else did. And when I was told the reasoning from somebody I know close to me, they said, good movie or not, we don't want to... Donald Trump is already enough of an issue existing in the real world with him. Why would I want to spend 2 hours watching a movie about him? And I said, that's fair. And my response was, you should want to spend 2 hours watching a movie about him because this movie about him is great. Regardless of politics. Because the thing is that it's a movie that I know people, and look, I'm not one of those people who say, like, I'm no fan of Donald Trump, but I'm not one of those people who's like, if you love Donald Trump, I'm going to cut you out forever. No, it's like, we don't share the same politics, whatever. It's all fine and dandy. As long as you don't use your political opinions or religious opinions to hurt other people, I could give a shit. Like, right? Like, that's you. That's your, what you believe. Whatever. Right? I've met people who are conservative, probably voted for Donald Trump, who have seen this movie and said they like it. Because it's a movie, as controversy aside, it is a fascinating psychological study of this man. And what I love about it is, first off, not only him, but also, this is a movie that actually makes you weirdly not sympathize with, because he's a bastard and a rotten human being, but makes you understand him better. Roy Cohn. And that is due to the terrific work from Jeremy Strong, who is also quite good here. And it's a movie that, whether you love Donald Trump or you hate him, he's a reality. He's part of our reality. And I think that this film is a more nuanced portrayal than I think even the Donald himself, before having seen the film, gave it credit for. I think the controversy sort of took the wind out of this movie's sails before it got a chance to have its day in court. And I think that once you see it, it is controversial, it is challenging, and it is not necessarily in favor of Donald Trump. But what I liked about it is that it has nuance to it. I like the way it's shot. It's shot like a film from that era, very Scorsese-esque, 70s era Scorsese-esque. It's terrific, and great screenplay. and it's a horror. Subtitle of the film is An American Horror Story. Yeah, it is the downfall of a man. It's the story of how this person, who probably maybe at one point was a human being, was warped by the machinations of the political system and the business capitalist system to becoming this controversial figure in American history. And it's a really fascinating film. It's directed by Ali Abbasi. Great movie. And yeah, The Apprentice is my number 27. Go check it out. It's really great.
I disagree, but fair enough.
Okay. Regardless of who you voted for, though, give it a chance. All right.
But I'll just say this.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit about politics at all. I don't give a shit.
In general.
So, honestly, when I was watching it, I was like, okay, I'm going to give this a chance, but this is probably not going to be for me.
Yeah.
And wouldn't you know, it was not for me.
Well, here's the thing. I'm in that situation of, like, people have said, like, gun to your head. Like, I genuinely hate politics. I generally hate especially two-party politics, American politics. People are like, well, if you had a gun to your head, who would you vote for? I'm like, I don't know. Or gun to your head, are you conservative or liberal? It's like, gun to my head, liberal. But in general, but that doesn't mean I think that every liberal is an untouchable, decent human being. Just like I don't think if you put a gun to my head, there's no such thing as a conservative who is a good, thoughtful, charitable human being. Because there absolutely is. People are more complex than who they voted for. And so that's the thing that really bothers me. Just because you voted for Donald Trump doesn't mean you're, a fucking Twitter troll Elon kiss ass. It doesn't mean that. It just means you voted for a guy I didn't vote for. And to lump
that's fine, but just...
Well, right, but you know what I'm saying? To lump people into groups of people who are genuinely bad people just because they voted for the same people. Look, I voted for a liberal candidate. Guess what? There are probably a lot of other people who are pure evil who voted for them as well. So, like, don't put people into a box. That's my whole thing.
Yeah, and people don't jump down my throat because I didn't like this movie. It just wasn't.
It's your opinion. And again, we joke and we kid and we do the you're wrong, no, you're wrong thing. Here's the other thing. Our business is, yes, to talk about movies and to review movies. Our other business, though, is to find a way to do that, express our opinions, and make it funny. Make it entertaining. We're also trying to be entertainers. Probably not succeeding at it, but we're trying to entertain you and make you laugh. So there's hyperbole in there. There's character in there. There is, jokes and one-liners and us giving each other shit because that's what this is. We're putting on it's a performance as much as it is a review. The substance of the review is there, but the stuff around it is entertainment. I'm not this much of an asshole in real life. I promise. I promise you, I'm not. This is I'm not this pompous in real life. I promise you. Okay. Anyway, moving on. You're number 27. I mentioned who directed the movie, right? I just want to make sure.
Yeah, Ali Abbasi.
Ali Abbasi. Okay, go. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so 27.
Yeah.
Hey, Grant.
Yeah.
Can somebody cue me in Luke Combs' Ain't No Love in Oklahoma? Twisters.
Okay.
I love the original Twister. I grew up watching the original Twister, like, to a point where it actually scared the ever-living shit out of me.
Yeah.
Like, it scared me as a kid.
That opening scene is fucked up, dude. Honestly.
But when I saw Twisters, I was like, okay. All you gotta do only one thing.
Yeah.
Just be something that actually is worth existing.
Yeah.
That's all I needed to do. I mean, to be fair though, this actually was my most anticipated film of the summer of 2024 because I just love that original film so much, and the trailers were great, and plus the fact that this film made a lot of money. So, and all you had to tell me was the 3 cast members that were involved: Daisy Edgar Jones, Glenn Powell, and Anthony Ramos. Bingo.
I have a crush on all 3 of them.
Bingo, me too. No homo on 2 of them, but
especially you, Glenn.
I thought And honestly, I think it's better than the first Twister.
I do too.
I think it's better because
yeah,
there's more characters in this one. Like you can actually connect with the characters this time rather than just be like, okay, here's your characters. Root for them to live. They give you a reason, like they give you this really like intense and pretty freaking sad opening scene where when Daisy Edgar Jones and Anthony Ramos are in college and they're actually doing a storm chasing experiment.
Yeah,
she loses her friends in that tornado.
I was gonna mention that if you saw Kiernan Shipka's name in the cast list and you're a fan and you got excited, this will be an interesting viewing experience for you after the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, she loses her friends with that, so she never really wanted to, talk with anybody for a while because of that tragedy.
Yeah.
So once she goes back to Oklahoma, she meets up with freaking Tyler Owens.
The man, freaking cowboy. I'm a cowboy, baby. He's fantastic. Here's the thing. Twisters, what I like about it is that it is a better movie because it has more character and more substance in its story and its filmmaking than the first one did. I love the first movie as a popcorn movie. But the second one, it's the inverse of my thoughts on Gladiator 2. I actually thought Twisters improved on the first one by giving me more than just what I liked in the first one. It actually tried to have a more expansive palette. And
also the tornadoes honestly felt more realistic in this one.
Scary as shit. The scene in the pool, in the freaking empty pool, that whole scene, especially in IMAX. I saw it in IMAX.
Oh my god, dude, that
was an anxiety attack right there. Damn.
Yeah. But I think this, hold on one second. Let me take a look at this so I can fact check. Yeah, after Minari, Lee Isaac Chung, dude, he's on a roll, dude.
It's a rare instance of an indie director who makes a small personal indie movie getting a major blockbuster and still keeping his voice intact as a filmmaker, which I appreciated.
Which is what Lee Isaac Chung did. I'm glad he was able to make this as successful as it was.
Also, if you like Twisters and you haven't seen it, go check out Minari. It's a really good movie. Really, really good.
Okay, so that's 27.
Number 27. Okay. So number 26?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Luke.
Yes?
I have a question for you. Are you ready to play dun, 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 The Dating Game? Woman of the Hour is my number 26. Come on down. What?
Haven't seen it.
Okay, then I will go solo. Holy fucking space monkeys. This is directed by Anna Kendrick. This is her feature director debut. She is also in the film. One of the most chilling movies that you couldn't necessarily call a horror film this year. For those who don't know, this is a true story. This is based off of, and I'd heard a little bit about the story before seeing it, but not to this extent. There was this serial killer who recently died in prison and burned in hell, as far as I'm concerned. His name is Ronnie Alcala. He was known as the dating game killer. Essentially, he had killed and did also horrible, depraved things to a lot of women, and also I think a lot of the women also underage. And he came on this TV show, The Dating Game, to basically find his next victim in The Bachelorette who would choose him. And that seemingly at first unlucky person is played by Anna Kendrick. I said seemingly lucky because she started talking to him and realized, oh shit, this guy's a creep. I'm out. I'm not doing the date. And it saved her life because he very much did intend to kill her. So she was literally the luckiest woman ever to be on a game show. She literally if she would have gone through with that, it would have cost her her life. And this is the story of her. It's the story of him, but more than that, it's the story of his victims. And without ever exploiting them, the camera work is very subtle and keeping it off screen. Our sympathies always align with the victims. We never see anything through the point of view of the killer. And that makes this movie really powerful and a really chilling statement on violence against women. And the way that and also how television of that period and still to this day makes stars out of women by essentially exploiting them and hurting them. And this is a very powerful study. And Anna Kendrick is a great filmmaker. This is her first feature, and I can't wait to see what she does next. So yeah, directed by Anna Kendrick, my number 26, Woman of the Hour. It's on Netflix. Go check it out. It's great.
All right, 26.
Yeah.
All right, Grant.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. I never want to see you around here ever again. The Bike Riders.
Oh hell yeah.
This is how I like to describe the Bike Riders. It's basically The Outsiders meets Goodfellas. You get that? Then you get the Bike Riders.
The Outsiders meets Goodfellas with a dash of Easy Rider and the Wild Ones thrown in for good measure.
Well, actually, how about this? You get The Outsiders and Goodfellas mixed in with a little bit of Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah, I agree. Good call.
And yeah, the three eccentric performances, Jodie Comer, Austin Butler, and Tom Hardy, perfect in the film. You also get people like Boyd Holbrook, you get Michael Shannon, Mike Faist in this movie. Everybody's on their A game.
Damon Harriman also.
Yep, and Norman Reedus.
Mm-hmm. Very briefly, but he's great. Yeah.
Also, for a little while, I couldn't tell it was Norman Reedus.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't tell it was him, but
I like you guys.
You're the man in charge.
Such a good freaking movie.
Yeah, I love the Bike Riders. Jeff Nichols, come on, dude, make some more.
He did one of my favorite movies of all time, which was Mud, and the Bike Riders is also terrific. Yeah.
I saw this in theaters with my mom, and she really enjoyed it too. And she's been wanting to show it to my dad. So
I've seen it. I saw it twice in the theater.
I've only watched it once.
I love that it doesn't have a plot either. Really, it's just kind of these guys and their life. It's a slice of life. Not to say there's no conflict or no drama, but there's no real. It's mostly just a profile of these guys and how they lived, and it's great.
Well,
fantastic.
It is a true story. So.
It is a true story. Also, people who criticize Jodie Comer's performance, first off, fuck you. Jodie Comer was fantastic. Second off, her voice. Listen to recordings of the actual real life Kathy. It is dead fucking on. Like, that is how she spoke. So, there you go.
There you go. So, yeah, 26 Bike Riders. I mean, you can probably see it, like, right here on my shelf. So,
yeah.
It's no secret.
Good movie. Really good movie.
And that was also when I got to see the Nosferatu trailer, so there's that.
Oh, that was the reason I saw it a second time. That's right. I needed to kill time, and I was like, wait, the Nosferatu trailer.
Do I dare, huh?
Do I dare? It's like, well, I saw it only yesterday, but damn, I guess I can go see the Bike Riders again.
Get it? Yeah, I saw it on a Thursday afternoon, and then I was able to get the Nosferatu trailer, and I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
Like, okay. Sorry about that. I had to point that out because that was honestly one of the best experiences right there. Was getting to see the Nosferatu trailer on the big screen.
It was worth seeing it a second time just to see that trailer. And also to see the movie, because the movie's great. Yeah. But that's what AMC A-List is for. Don't fucking judge me. I didn't buy another ticket. Fuck you.
If you bought another ticket, I wouldn't blame you.
No, exactly. Because
the Bike Raiders is great.
And also, you're supporting a movie that you're continuing to support a movie that's good. So it doesn't feel like a loss either.
The Exorcism, what?
Oh, we'll get to that fucking shit. 26.
I'm sorry, I had to do that to you.
So is that your 26?
Yep, 26 is the Bike Riders.
Super. Good pick. Are you looking forward to Putin?
Putin?
Like Vladimir Putin?
Well, let's not talk about that. Let's
Michael,
Let's just get back to the list.
I don't understand the context, but okay.
Let's just get back to the list.
Yeah. 25. Okay. Speaking of movies based on a true story, a lot of you guys will not have seen this movie yet. Although if you go to AMC Screen Unseen, you might have a couple weeks ago. I saw this at Sliff. Oh, it's a movie. They're making a movie about Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, well, they are. Like, I know what she was talking about, but
well, Michael, but I didn't know they're making a movie about him. Yeah, could be interesting. I didn't know they're making a movie. But yeah, I'm at Sliff. I saw this film that it's probably passed by a lot of your radars, but you should check it out. It's called my number 25 actually. September 5. This is. By the way, Luke, I pre-ordered Saturday night, should be here Tuesday. We will be talking about that eventually.
Both of us will be talking about Saturday night.
So yeah, number 25, September 5. So I thought it was September 5th. It's actually pronounced September 5 by one of the actors. So I'm going to go by his summation of it. This is based on a true story. It is a journalism movie. I know that it's apparently going to go wide on January 17th. It opened in limited December 6th, I think. Maybe, perhaps. I don't remember exactly, but maybe November 29th. But it's directed by Tim Feilbaum, who is it's a German production, co-production. And basically what it's about is the ABC Sports network, their coverage of the Olympics in 1972. And of course, if you know what happened on the date September 5th, 1972, the hostage crisis.
Really quick, Grant.
At the Munich
Sorry to cut you off for a second.
Yeah.
I do have to go use the bathroom here really quick, so you can keep talking about the film for a little bit until I get back.
Cool beans. Okay.
But it'll be quick.
Yeah, no problem, man. Do what you got to do. So it's nice pick. But yeah, so it's basically the Munich Olympics were taken over by armed terrorists, and despite being sports, ABC decided to continue to cover it. And for those who don't know, the events of that day did not end well. And this is the story of these journalists who are kind of taking it upon themselves to keep the story going, despite other networks trying to get in on it and all this stuff. I saw this at Sliff. I actually saw it on my birthday. I actually took my mother and my sister to see it because they wanted to see it as well. And we all really loved it. It stars Peter Sarsgaard and Ben Chaplin. It also stars John Magaro, who is sort of the emotional center of this movie, and he's great as like sort of the head of the room. And it's a thriller that's based on true events, and it's really tense. But at the same time, it doesn't give you anything other than sympathy for the people who are in the middle of all of this. It takes on this story in a way that is thoughtful, and it doesn't politicize it necessarily. Like I know a lot of people on different sides of this whole debate were worried that it didn't politicize it. I think it just it didn't need to, because I think it was telling the story of this day, these people, what they did, and how they went above and beyond the journalistic, line to tell this story to the world and get it out there. And they kind of changed television. Apparently, it was something like 900,000 people watched it live as it happened, which was like unprecedented, something like that, maybe more. They say it at the end of the film. I'm forgetting at the moment, but just a really fascinating story. Of course, if you've seen Munich, which of course was Spielberg's film from 2005, cover a lot of the same stuff, but this is more specifically about the journalism and the ABC team in particular. Just a great movie, really well acted, really great script. There's a really great line in it where Ben Chaplin is talking to, and it's in the trailer, where they're talking about like weighing the logistics of what if something goes wrong? What if we have cameras rolling and somebody gets shot? And Ben Chaplin is talking to Peter Sarsgaard and John Magaro, and he's telling them, if somebody gets shot on national TV, whose story is it? Is it ours or is it theirs? And it just the thematic depth of that, the idea of like, when you're covering something like this, how do you make sure the focus is on the people who are being terrorized and not the people doing the terrorizing? And it's that kind of thing that I think is really well explored in this film. So keep it on your radar. You might have to seek it out. It's going to be expanding in the early part of the year. September 5, directed by Tim Philbaum. Paramount is releasing it, so I'm sure eventually it'll be on Paramount Plus. Anyway, you can check it out. September 5, number 25.
Okie. Number 25 for me.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Here, just trying to think of the right quote to say for this one.
Yeah.
I'm a beekeeper. Protect the hive. The beekeeper.
To be or not to be? To be.
I think. To be.
Luke.
Yeah, did you guys think this was not going to be on my list?
He kicked the leg out from under him. He kicked his leg off.
Yeah, this was the first film this year that I saw in theaters 3 times. And I'm not joking. I saw it 3 times. Well, in general now I've seen it 4 times. But this is one of those films that honestly, like I said with The Killer's Game and Boy Kills World, this is just a movie for me. Like,
yeah,
I love Jason Statham. I love action movies, especially goofy ones. Like stuff like Crank. Like, that is just stuff for me. Like,
agreed.
And I think The Beekeeper honestly kind of fits into that category. This is easily my top 3 Jason Statham movies. Where I think the film loses a little bit of steam, just a little bit, not by much, just a little bit, is the subplot involving Miss Parker's daughter, who was part of the FBI.
Oh yeah.
I think this film would have been much better if Adam Clay, Jason Statham's character, handled this on his own.
Yeah.
Because the FBI, I mean, even though at the same time it does kind of make sense that the FBI did get involved because the money that the call centers took away from Miss Parker is government insured money. So
well, and it fits also the template of this kind of movie that you have to have the cops who aren't sure what side the hero's on and are like actively pursuing. You know, like this kind of comes with this territory too. So
plus Jason Statham's character of Adam Clay is actually serving justice, not just, you know, he doesn't follow the law when it comes to this kind of thing.
Yeah.
He's serving his own brand of justice, which means even if he's taken on the FBI in a certain point, that scene in the second call center when he makes that elevator explode,
yep,
and it splits one of the FBI agents in half. Which
that movie was awesome. The only thing is the best line in the trailer is not in the movie, and I feel like that was a missed opportunity, which was when the cop is talking to his partner in the trailer. He goes, like, he killed her with honey. He goes, it's flammable as fuck. Who knew? Which is a great line, but it's not in the movie.
It was, unfortunately, I don't know why it was cut out of the movie, but the film is still great. Like I said, my only issue, the FBI subplot didn't feel needed.
Yeah.
But honestly, though, the rest of this film is badass.
It's also paced really well. Like, I watched it again not long ago, and it doesn't have any real unnecessary fat on it at all. Like, it kind of ends right. It doesn't. Yeah.
And sure, it is definitely style over substance, but like,
absolutely.
I think the film's honestly kind of emotional core hits at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah.
And and if people are going to ask a $1 million question, is this basically Jason Statham's answer to John Wick? Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is Jason Statham's answer to John Wick. Like, if it was more about scammers instead of, you know, other assassins.
Yeah.
Like, and we're gonna get that with Love Hurts apparently in February, which looks great.
I can't fucking wait for.
It looks great, but I will admit it is taking on another plot from John Wick.
But it had, but look, sweet baby Kiwi's in it. That means it's gonna be worth seeing.
I mean, I know for sure. I know that for sure. But but again, you can't deny that it is definitely doing a little bit of a copy from John Wick.
Well, yeah, but to be fair, a lot of the people involved in it also worked on those solos. The other thing, in that trailer, when he breaks the bat in half, come on, that was fucking awesome. With just his fists, like, come on. That kicked ass.
Ke Huy Quan was also a stunt coordinator, so.
He's so... Ke Huy Quan. That man deserves the solar system. What a cool dude. So happy.
Yeah, The Beekeeper, just a movie that's made for me, so. No shit in the comments, please.
I liked it. I'm not going to give you shit. I liked
No, not you. I'm talking about the commenters.
I know.
Because sometimes people in the comments can be real assholes.
Oh, trust me. Yeah.
But
yeah.
Let's just put that aside. Because if we're going to talk about it right now, then I'm probably going to explode.
Yeah.
Put that aside.
Home Skillet, we're an hour and a half in and we haven't even gotten to 20. That is
24.
Okay, 24. So,
you want to 24? 25.
Yeah, everybody made that joke this year.
Sorry, had to.
Fine. Well, yeah. Okay. So my 24?
Yeah.
This is a movie that nobody's heard of. Okay, this is the movie that is, I think, the most... Nobody has this on their list. If you want to get technical, it premiered at festivals 2 years ago. It premiered in its home country of Canada last year, but guess what? It didn't come to the States until this year. It's a 2024 movie. We don't live in Canada. We live in the United States. That is what the release date is for. North of Normal is my number 24. This is a really wonderful movie. It's a true story again. It's about this young woman throughout her life. It's a coming-of-age film who is sent to live, I think, in like Toronto with her grandparents. Her mother, played by Sarah Gadon, raised her in this sort of hippie commune in the wilderness. They kind of lived off the grid, and so she has trouble adjusting, of course. But she's back in her mother's life after being out of it for a while, and all of the same issues that they've had when she was growing up keep coming back in. New boyfriends coming into the picture, new things that are new selfish things that she's bringing into it, and it's a tricky balance. And I think the best thing I compare it to is there was a film a few years ago that I liked more than most. It was a film called The Glass Castle with Brie Larson, which I think I would compare this to. Sarah Gadon's great, but I want to give a shout out to the lead actress here, who also is on Orphan Black, Echoes, and also on one of my favorite half-watching guilty pleasure movies of the year, that being Low Lifes. Amanda Fix is the actress's name. Terrific young actress. She's going to go places, and she's great in this movie. It's a breakout performance that nobody in this country has seen, sadly, but it's on Paramount Plus, y'all. Go watch North of Normal. It's a really good film. Also, it is directed by... Also, it only has 6 reviews counted on Rotten Tomatoes currently, but it's 100%. So there you go. It's directed by Carly Stone is the director. So yeah, good job, Carly Stone. You made my best films of the year list. Number 24, North of Normal. Go check it out. Really good.
All right, I'll just tell you, next 2 films are leading into the horror category on my list. So
super.
So
you're number 24, good sir. Oh wait, hold on.
24.
Kraven the Hunter. Yeah, it's number 1.
Yes, it's the movie of all time. No,
it is not. Definitely, I'll say this, Kraven the Hunter is definitely one of the movies ever made. That is for sure. Somebody made that.
But in all seriousness, no, fuck that piece of shit.
I don't say fuck it, though, because it's at least kind of funny. It's bad.
I didn't find it funny at all. I thought it was boring as hell.
Oh, come on. You cannot tell me that movie's boring.
That movie is boring, dude. I'm sorry. It's boring
ridiculous.
As hell.
The freaking magic blood. Calypso. Oh, we'll get to it. But, like, still. Calypso.
No, dude. I'm sorry. That movie's boring.
Freaking Chris. Real quick sidebar about Kraven the Hunter. We'll get to your 24. What the fuck was Christopher Abbott doing in that movie? He's too good for that shit. You can tell. You can just tell. He has, like, nothing to do. He wears sunglasses and counts. That's all he fucking does in the whole movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
But anyway, 24.
Reagan is
This
number
is going
one
to be one of
list.
2 Dan Stevens movies that is going to be on my list. Or movies with Dan Stevens.
Okay.
Cuckoo.
A movie that I like, but that I feel like I need to watch again before I can say whether or not I love it. But I liked it.
It is a film that actually does require a second viewing because
it's a bit convoluted, also a little bit.
Well, I mean, it's convoluted, but it's convoluted in a way where it's like you're still tracking with it. Like you're not just taken out of the movie because it's like
it's convoluted, but you want to try to figure out what's going on. That's true. Also, Hunter Schafer is great. She's great. Yeah.
Good. Yeah, but to be fair though, like I said though, it like you said, it is one of those films you definitely should watch again. But what I'm trying to say is though, like when you get to, well, I'll say Craven's better than Morbius, but Madam Web.
Okay, I don't think either of those movies are as bad as Madam Web. Madam Web, I didn't think that it was possible to make a movie that inept, and I love that movie. It's bad, but I love it.
I'd rather watch Madam Web over both of those movies.
I agree, but that doesn't make it objectively better or worse, though. It just means that I have a lot better.
It honestly makes it better for me, but
because at least, well, here's the Madam Web is Madam Web is insanely watchable if you look at it as a comedy,
and it is a comedy.
It is,
but. Anyways, Cuckoo, I love the exploration like behind the movie. Like whenever you go further into the film, you start to peel back the layers. It gets more interesting. And like you said, it's convoluted, but you're still tracking with it when you go along with the film. Especially when you get to the third act. Which
I'll say this, it's definitely I've never seen a movie quite like it. It definitely was unique in its storytelling.
Very original film.
Yeah.
Like
I agree.
And is it weird? You bet your ass it is.
Yeah.
Weird movie. But again, you're still tracking with it as it goes along. So this was one of those films this year that I wish I got to see in theaters because this came out the same week I saw Longlegs and I was like, dude, I saw the trailer for it. I saw the trailer for Cuckoo in front of Longlegs and I was like, dude, I want to go freaking see this.
Yeah, I saw it in the theater. I actually kind of vaguely remember that the 2 other people in the theater of that movie walked out and were baffled. But like again, that's my town for you.
Yeah, like I was only gonna see it to make up for a Bled double feature I had over on that Friday night. So
yeah,
but we'll get to that. But we'll get to that next week. But I love Cuckoo. Hunter Schafer. Come on now.
She's great. She was great in this. She was great in Kinds of Kindness also. Briefly.
Don't forget Hunger Games.
Oh yeah, she was in that.
She was in the Hunger Games.
AKA the best one, not called just the Hunger Games, as far as I'm concerned. I didn't think the second one and the third and the fourth were all that great. I really liked the Ballad of Songbirds. I liked that one a lot.
So yeah, but this was the year for Dan Stevens, I'll tell you that much. So anyways, go ahead. 23.
23. 23. Hey Luke.
Have we reached that point now?
Luke, I have something I gotta tell you. Keep smiling.
Oh,
though your heart is breaking.
I knew it. Joker.
Hold on. Build to it. You don't know that. It could be. No, it is. It's number 23 is Joker Folie à Deux. Okay. First off, I am not the only one that has this on the rest of list. What up, Michael Phillips from the Chicago Sun-Times? Thank you. Quentin Tarantino, John Waters. Thank you. I need a minute on this one. Just a minute. Directed by Todd Phillips. Okay. You all, the internet being what it is, y'all are hating this movie now. In 10 years, there are going to be, you may still not like the movie, and that's fine. There will be, in a few years, op-ed articles saying, hey, Joker 2 wasn't as bad as people said. And I'm going to be the first one to go, ha! Because Okay, I've seen this movie 3 times because I do sometimes like to think about, as much as I don't like listening to the other voices in the room, I try to go into a movie just knowing what, going in cold, right? I was like, okay, am I just being contrarian the first time? I was like, maybe I'm just being contrarian. Maybe I just really wanted to like it. Saw it a second time with Ryan. We both really liked it. And I was like, okay, no, I like this even more. I think that this has more depth than people give it credit for. A couple of weeks back, when it dropped on, or a few days back, when it dropped on HBO Max, I watched it again. Only planning to watch some of it, and then watching all of it. And I sat there watching it, and I thought, no, I love this movie. It's 3 times confirms it, and the reason I love this movie is all of the reasons that people hate it. And I mean this sincerely. I think this movie is more thoughtful, even, and the ending. I like the ending too, because I think that what this movie is you mentioned you didn't understand if it was meant to be a Joker sequel. I honestly don't think it's supposed to be a Joker sequel. I think it's supposed to be a Joker response. And on that basis, I think it works. I love the first Joker, don't get me wrong. I think it's a great movie. But it did create a precedent on the internet to some extent. It did create, there was a reason that whenever somebody says we live in a society, you would immediately paint clown makeup on their face. Because that movie created a precedent, right? And I do think that there is a luckily small, but vocal percentage of the audience that saw that movie and saw the Joker as some kind of noble figure and wanted to use him as an excuse to hurt other people, all right? Todd Phillips clearly was afraid of this precedent. He made this film. It's a meta film, y'all. The thing that makes Joker 2 work is that he's putting Joker 1 on trial. Yes, he rehashes the first one in the dialogue, yes. But he's doing that for a reason. He's confronting the phenomenon that created it. And I think that this isn't really meant to be a sequel to the Joker. This is meant to be a tragedy about the character from the first movie. A movie about this guy who goes mad and then can't stop what he creates. I think that extends to the musical numbers as well. I think the musical numbers, people say, okay, the musical numbers, why are they singing? Why are they singing out of nowhere is an act of madness, is it not? If you lived in the real world and you were going out and about and somebody started doing show tunes at you, you think that person's not well. In the real world. In a musical, of course, you accept it because it's a musical. But in the real world, if you're going down the street and somebody started going like, hey there, friend, hey there, Luke, let's talk movies, you'd go, back off, right?
That's
what this movie is. Yeah,
bitch.
Not today, Satan, right? This movie, and it's all in how he sings it. People talk about, okay, Joaquin Phoenix isn't that good of a singer. That's the point. The thing that makes this movie work is that he is in pain. He's in pain as he's singing these songs. It is involuntary. This is the behavior of a madman. And I think that that's what makes this movie work. I think what makes this movie work is that it's about madness. And it is using the aesthetics of the film musical and the aesthetics of the Joker to make a commentary on madness and what society expects people to think of as madness or normalcy. I think this is a powerful movie. I think it's a deeply sad movie. I think it's a tragic movie, and I think that it is deeply misunderstood. And it is my number 23, Joker Folie à Deux. Y'all can hate. It's a controversial pick. I don't care. It's a movie that I find myself going back to and liking even more each time I do. So it's my number 23.
I'll just tell you this. Joaquin Phoenix actually can be a good singer if you watch Walk the Line.
He can, but here's the thing. I knew you were going to say that. I could predict that. Here's the thing, though. Johnny Cash.
What happened here? Guys, we lost him. Grant. Something happened, guys. Oh, hey. Guys, hi. Just,
Okay. Are we back?
yeah, we're back.
Fuck. Thank God. Okay. How long was I out? Not long, right?
About a minute.
Okay. Can you now, Luke? Can you see my face, or am I a
Yes, I can
black
see it.
box? Okay, because from where I'm seeing it, I'm a black box. There I am. Okay. Okay. Stop it, you. Stop it, Mister Loading Screen. I mean it. Yeah, Joker Folie à Deux. What? Where was I? Knock knock at your bitch's cabin. Haha.
We were talking a little bit about Walk the Line because of Joaquin Phoenix.
Well, yeah, because Johnny Cash, he sing talks. I mean, that's his style of singing, and he does that really well. What I'm saying is the movie. I feel like it's a movie that people are reading wrong, and I feel pretty confident in that now. Watching it 3 times, they really do, even more so. So I'm not going to change it. It's my number 23. You can disagree, all of you can. I don't care. It's my list. You can make your list and complain about it. And I know at least somebody here on screen with me is going to do just that next week. So, what is your 23, Luke?
23. You want to talk about some good old serial killer stuff? Look no
Okay,
further
sure.
than Strange Darling.
Yeah, great movie. Here,
Also,
kitty.
another person that had a good year, Kyle Gallner.
Oh yeah,
He had a good year with this and another film I'm going to talk about on my list. I love how this film is told in different chapters, but they're out of order.
No.
Like, I love how they're out of order, so it kind of gives you a little bit more intrigue with where the film is going to go. Like,
yeah.
And not gonna spoil anything, but that twist. Oh, that twist.
Yeah, here's the thing. I will say this. This is one of those movies. I agree, Luke. Well, it's on my list. It's on the second. They're all on the. When I post this, it's going to be all 60 of them. So they're not separated. It's on the best films of the year. Here's my thing. Strange Darling is one of those movies where it's like, this is the movie, if anything on this list where you're like, don't read anything, don't watch anything, just go, get off here, come back if you want later, and go watch. I will probably still be here. Go watch Strange Darling. Just go watch it. It's
just watch it.
And try to go in knowing as little as possible.
Yep, best way to watch it.
Other than the title. But yeah, agreed. Great movie. And also, just Ed Begley Jr. and like that whole thing with the, like, are you a, like, he's like, old biker. I'm sorry, what? He goes, she said we're a couple of old hippies. I'm more of an old biker. Yeah, this is
fair.
Mr. Snuffleupagus. All right. Really
that's 23.
Oh, so that's all she wrote?
Yeah.
Okay. Now here's one I think we can agree on other than the previous. Number 22, you mentioned it on your runners-up. Number 22, Hey Luke.
Yes?
My backside is killing me. I think I need to get a new one. I'm sick of my old ass. 22.
Yeah.
22, my old ass. I saw this movie twice before it opened. Based on pure luck. I got invited to an early screening at the Draft House like a month before it came out. And then it was AMC Screen Unseen, so I got to see it twice before it actually opened. I love this movie. And I've watched it again since then. And I have to tell you, this movie is funny. It's sweet. Aubrey Plaza, who, by the way, I heard what happened to her husband. I'm so sorry, Aubrey Plaza. Rest in peace, Jeff Baina. You were a really talented filmmaker. Respect and R.I.P. Just a really powerful movie. And when you get to that twist ending, and I'm not going to say what it is, you talk about waterworks. Like, I was crying. It was such a powerful movie about regret and about love and having to lose something to understand that you love it, and it's beautiful. Aubrey Plaza's great, but she's actually not in the movie that much, which is fine. I think that it works because you know who carries the movie is Maisie Stella. This kid's a star. She's fantastic in this movie. She's funny, she's real, and she's a warm presence. And they not only always try to make her likable because that's how young people are. This is directed, of course, by Megan Park, who got her start on one of my favorite guilty pleasure bad TV shows when I was in middle and high school, that being The Secret Life of the American Teenager. She actually poked fun at that recently on her Instagram. She poked the thing of like, I had a horrible death because my dad had a horrible death because I had incredible sex. If you haven't seen that show, please watch it. But she's made two of the best teen films of recent years. She also made The Fallout a couple years ago. Very different coming of age movie with Jenna Ortega. But both terrific. She's a director on the rise, Megan Park. So yeah, My Old Ass is my number 22. Great movie. It's on Amazon Prime. Go check it out.
All right.
Yeah.
22?
Yes.
Sorry. Yep. This is the only documentary that I have on my list.
Oh, okay.
And plus, to be clear, I don't really watch that many documentaries unless it's like the one that I'm like really interested in.
Yeah, I feel you.
But this one I was really interested in, and the only reason why it's this lower on the list than I would like it to be, again, rewatch factor.
Yeah.
This movie, this documentary, I should say, is very, very sad.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't think I'll really watch it all that often, because otherwise I need to get the tissues ready.
I know what it is, and it's higher on my list, but that's fine. Well, we'll talk
about it.
It
is Superman, the Christopher Reeve story.
Yeah, fantastic.
It's very, very sad.
It's so good.
That's why I don't think I'll watch it all that often, but if I ever do watch it again, I have to get those tissues ready.
You have to be in the mood to watch it a second time. You have to be
That's
ready.
What I'm saying. It's one of those.
Yeah.
It's one of those it's one of those movies that you really have to be in the mood to watch.
It's true.
So
it's a stone cold bummer, but it's not. It's also really inspiring though. I think that it's to see what this guy did, and yeah, I'll go into more detail later on, but just good pick, great movie.
I had to at least bring it up on my list, so it didn't make my top 20 on my video, but I had to mention it.
Okay.
So
good pick. I'm good placement. Good. I'm glad it's on your list. Makes me happy.
So even if it's not as high as you want it to be, dude, just be glad it's on my list.
I am. I'm glad. Number 21. Yes.
21.
Hey, Luke. Boom, 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 boom. Live from New York. It's
Saturday night. Oh, that's higher on mine.
Starring Grant the Movie and TV Guy with Luke Ponto, the comment section, and Dan Aika. How the fuck do you pronounce this?
Aykroyd. Wait, actually, how about this?
Fucking
Chevy Chase, Gilda Radner, Dan Aika. How the fuck do you pronounce this?
Aykroyd.
Dan Aykroyd.
Saturday night is now. I want to call you to the carpet on something real quick because I watched your vid. You said this movie is not rewatchable.
No. No, dude. Wait, hold on. I've seen this movie 3 times.
Oh, okay. Sorry then. Maybe it was somebody else. No, this movie is insanely rewatchable though. I've seen it 3 times also. This is one of the funniest movies of the year. And people have said, yeah, it's pretty funny, and but it's so insular, and there's no dramatic depth to it, though. I'm like, I disagree. This movie.
There is drama in here. It's especially. I'll say this really quick. I'll talk about this also too, so I don't have to go on too long whenever I get to it.
Yeah,
it's the scene like when Cooper Hoffman, who plays Dick Ebersol, and Lorne Michaels or Gabriel LaBelle, who plays Lorne Michaels, are having this discussion like
fantastic,
like that Dick was thinking about punting
it
for the show because he wants to run the dress rehearsal so that way they can come back next Saturday. And he says like they built a show that was guaranteed to fail.
Right.
They want 90 minutes of live television that is by a group of 20-year-olds who've never made anything. Do you ever stop and wonder why they said yes? A counterculture show starring total unknowns with zero narrative and even less structure. Are you that fucking arrogant?
Right.
That you never even question this.
Right. That's one of the things. I'm glad you pointed that scene out. First off, I would say that scene, and also the scene, the scene where John Belushi is ice skating and Gilda Radner is watching him. That scene also has a lot of resonance, especially if you know the history of these people and what happened to them. This is just a lovely movie. It's also hilarious in an audacious, shocking way that is fitting of these icons, especially Tommy Dewey, who I think gives one of the best supporting performances of the year as Michael O'Donoghue. I'd rather butt fuck cancer than make these changes. For instance, it's I am Satan. I am Satan. I am Satan. But yeah, Gabriel LaBelle continuing his streak of being one of the finest young actors we have now. Cooper Hoffman, and everybody. Rachel Sennott. Corey Michael Smith as Chevy Chase, perfect. Yeah,
Dylan O'Brien as Dan Aykroyd.
Dylan O'Brien, who's great.
Dude, I don't think you could have gotten anyone better than Dylan O'Brien to play Dan Aykroyd.
The tickings out of my finger.
Don't be alarmed. You're dealing with a fully qualified male strumpet.
Ella Hunt as Gilda Radner. They're all really good. Matt. Ryan said this, and I agree when we saw it. He said, also, the dude who played John Belushi, that would be Matt Wood, who is not only a dead ringer for Belushi, but is great as Belushi in it.
I was trying to remember some of the cast members for a second. Kim Matula plays as Jane Curtin.
She's great. Yeah.
I did not know that Jane Curtin was actually part of the first SNL.
Really?
Believe it or not. I didn't know that, actually. I did not know that was Jane Curtin. So
she was good. We gotta also give a shout out to even though he was also in one of the worst films of the year, but he
Lamorne
Morris as
Garrett Morris.
Oh my god, I'm the shoot all the whiteys I see part.
Comedy gold. Also,
Willem Dafoe in another winner this year. Really good as the executive who wants to pull the plug. Also, nice little bit parts for like Andrew Barth Feldman, as was it Neil? Wasn't that the kid?
Yep, Neil.
And then also another standout, Nicholas Braun, who has.
I was about to say Nicholas Braun as both Jim Henson and Andy Kaufman.
So fluffy.
Come on, Andy. I freaking love. I like him a little bit more as Jim Henson, even though I love him as Andy. But I like him a little bit more as Jim Henson because of I don't think the writers on the 17th floor speak nothing.
I was gonna say
they tied a belt around Big Bird's neck and hung him from my dressing room door. Hey, I heard what happened to Big Bird. I'm so sorry.
Autoerotic asphyxiation. Who would have guessed? It's so good. And Tommy Dewey, who it didn't make my runners up or my best of list, but it would have been the runners up to the runners up. Also great in Your Monster this year. Another really good.
Speaking of we're on 21 now, right?
21.
That actually is my number 21 is Your Monster.
Okay, we'll get to it. Last thing I'll say, Jason Reitman directed Saturday Night. Go check it out. It's really good. All right. Bobby.
That one I also saw in theaters with my mom, and she really enjoyed it too.
She liked Saturday Night. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. She liked getting to learn the history about what happened behind the scenes before they went live.
Oh, one more mention real quick about Saturday Night, because it's also one of the funniest scenes in the movie. Matthew Rhys as George Carlin. The scene where he comes out and they're practicing his
fuck you, everybody. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Well, before he comes out, when he's on the thing, he goes like, "What, are you gonna fucking spot? Like fucking spot? Really?" He comes out and goes, "Like, what is this?" He goes, "What is this? The fucking? What does he say? It's like, what is this? The fucking something variety hour." He goes, puts on his joint, and goes, "Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Fuck you. Fuck you. Definitely fuck you." And then he's just
you didn't think that George Carlin would actually be that raunchy, but or that not raunchy, crass.
Yeah. When he says what was it? He goes, "Sorry." He goes, "If you're looking like it's like if you excuse me, I'm gonna go where the comedians are." No, the bit where he's talking about the censor, the woman who's like the censor is like, as he goes, what does he say? Like, he goes like, "I'm gonna like like if you say those things, like I'm gonna press the button on you." He goes, "Sweetheart, I'm amazed you can even find the button." Like, perfect. Anyway.
Yeah.
Number 21, yeah. Saturday night. Go see it.
And mine is Your Monster.
Really good.
Honestly, this is another one that I feel like is honestly just my kind of movie. Like,
it's also really underrated this year.
I love horror. I love horror comedies. And not just that, I also love musicals. This one has a combination of all three of those genres.
Yeah.
Of horror, comedy, and musical, has all three of those combined into one, and I think they did a really damn good job with it. I feel like this is honestly one of those films that I honestly think because the film is so joyful for most of it, it should have morally been a more happy ending than a dark ending.
But I think that I don't think it was an unhappy ending, though, because I think that, without saying what happens, because it's a nice reveal, I feel like it's satisfying from where the movie's building up. I don't think it comes out of nowhere. Like, but no, it was a good movie.
I know, but I'm just saying I just wish it kind of, wrapped up a bit nicer rather than just going with that really weird ending that I don't really think really worked for the movie.
But Tommy Dewey, just
absolutely incredible in this, but I feel like the stand-up Melissa Barrera. Like,
I feel like I haven't. He looked familiar, but the thing is, I don't feel like I've really noticed him before this year. Those two movies, like, he really made an impression in both of those performances. Like, yeah, and also Melissa Barrera, like, put her back into Scream 7. Come on, y'all.
Yeah, please and thank you. She never fails to impress me. She never fails.
Also, hot as the day is long. Just
alrighty. All right, let's go to number 20.
Number 20, okay. But yeah, good pick. Number 20 is a movie that nobody probably has seen either. I mean, critics have seen it, but this was my last theatrical movie in 2024. I went to the High Point Theater to see it. Shout out to Cinema St. Louis. It's a foreign film. All We Imagine as Light is my 20. This is currently sitting pretty at 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. It is a excellent Luxembourg-produced Indian film, multiple Indian languages. It's experimental. It's not really a film about narrative. It centers on these two maids, one slightly older than the other. These two women who are living in India, working as nurses, and it's about how they both have circumstances that have sort of stalled their life's progression, and it's about them trying to find their way out of it. Intercut with interstitial narration from non-actors in multiple Indian languages talking about what it's like to live in the cities, in the city of Mumbai. And they both have different conflicts. For instance, the main older maid character, she has a husband who marries her, and then the second they're married, goes off to Germany to work and leaves her behind, waiting there for years. And then the younger maid is in love with a man who her family won't approve of because she's Indian and he's Muslim. And she's trying to find a way through that whole situation. And it's just what the movie is, the theme of the movie is when we're in darkness, all we can imagine is light. we can imagine it, but in order to find it, we got to actively get ourselves out of the darkness. And that's what this movie is about. It's about women in this sort of transit period of their lives trying to find a way to the next phase. And it's a great movie, and it's powerful, and it's beautifully shot. It has like a cinema verite, handheld style, beautifully lit, and yeah, I loved it. It's All We Imagine Is Light. It won't be for everybody. It's very slow. It's very experimental. But it's my number 20, and it is directed by a female director. This is a young female director. This is her second feature. I really want to see her first. Trying to remember her name. It's also a hard one. Payel Kapadia. That is her name. Payel Kapadia.
All right.
I'm saying that correctly. My number 20, All We Imagine Is Light. Look for it.
All right. 20 for me?
Yeah, 20.
Kind of gonna be speaking in the same vein as your monster, Lisa Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Besides, well, I'll be clear about this one. This was actually the very first film this year that I genuinely like adored. Like,
oh yeah.
This was the first one, even though I love The Beekeeper. Like, but this was the first one that I genuinely like was like, wow, like that blew me away.
I love that movie also. It's my one of my runners up, but I love that movie.
Catherine Newton, Cole Sprouse, perfect together.
Liza Soberano, gotta give her a shout
out. I do think this film honestly could have benefited a little bit more. Just saying, just a little bit more if it was rated R.
A little bit, but I gotta give them credit for a PG-13. They pushed the edges pretty hard in that.
They pushed the boundaries of this one, but all I'm saying
surprised.
is that it could have slightly improved if it was rated R.
But penis shadow. That is all.
Yeah.
real quick though.
I'll just say this: when you see the penis shadow, you'll get flashbacks from Death to Smoochie from seeing the dildo cookie.
Oh, now we're talking. Speaking of people who are related to and/or Robin Williams, Death to Smoochie is awesome.
I had like when I was thinking back to that for a second when you said the penis shadow, I was like, why did that look like that Zelda Williams was referencing the cookie from Death to Smoochie? Also,
way to go debut for Zelda Williams. Like, really good calling card for you.
Were you blind? It's a cock. It's not a rocket, you sick fuck. It's a
don't
cock.
Don't you know who I am, bitch? I'm Rainbow fucking Randall.
Bro, seriously, like
love that
the
movie.
cookie scene in Death to Smoochie, like once Robin Williams comes on stage and interrupts the show, I'm crying of laughter because it is like the funniest thing that you'll ever see Robin Williams do. Because it's like a cock and balls. It's a dick. And he's like,
hey Luke,
yeah, it's a penis.
Hey Luke, we're gonna get you off that smackle. Yes, we will. We're gonna get you off that smackle. Get that monkey right off your back. Oh, get your life on track. Oh, yes, we will. I love that movie. Anyway.
Okay, yeah, a little off topic, but I had to bring up Death to Smoochie for that.
And the silent film scene also, the sequence, just lovely. I mean, it's.
Yeah, and it's very much so if like Tim Burton made his version of Hellraiser, basically. Is what I like to think about it.
Absolutely. Real quick, because I'm not going to be able to really discuss it because it was a runner-up. I would be remiss not to mention. Now, I'm not on Twitter anymore. Okay, I am on Twitter, but I'm not telling you what my name is. It's a smaller account now. But I've canceled and then restarted because fuck you, Elon. I basically made a prank account. But here's the thing. Fine, I'll drop it. My username is Norma the North was an inside job. That's my new account. But here's my thing. Okay. When I was on Twitter though, so Liza Soberano, who plays was it Taffy? Is that her name?
Taffy.
Who's great. And also pretty easy on the eyes, I must say. Good looking. She's of age, don't worry. She's like my age. Anyway, they're not actually teenagers in this movie. She is not a big star here, but apparently is really huge in the Philippines. She's like a soap opera star or something in the Philippines. She has a massive fan base who, like, I don't think I've gotten as many responses. That's the tweet where I said I loved Lisa Frankenstein. I think got the most responses of any tweet I've ever tweeted, and about 95 or more percent of them was Liza Soberano fan, whatever. Like, just telling me, like, and responses of, like, ooh, Americans are finally real. Like, oh, yeah, she played Taffy. I'm like, oh, yeah, she was great. Like, yeah. It's, like, really fun. She has stands. Some of them are a little bit kooky, but I love them. Thank you. But, yeah, good pick. Good pick.
All right, go for your 19.
My 19 is a tie. It's my first tie. The other, I'll just give you another hint. My other last tie is my 12. Number 19, the only reason I put these two together are they're both animated. So I felt the need to do so because I wanted to mention both of them. And those movies are Flow and Slash. And you could argue this is a 2025 movie. It came out last year in a good handful of theaters. I counted Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Most Foul. It's my 19.
That's on my 2025 list. So
I know. But I decided to make an exception because I saw it on a lot of other people. So like, okay, it came out in December. In its theatrical run, I'll count it because it's a really good movie. Flow, great movie. This was a Latvian film. It is, I believe, Latvia's shortlisted entry for international feature film. And it's an animated film. It is completely silent. It is about these animals, when the floodwaters rise, who are trying to go on this journey to get home and to get to safe harbor. And so, like Homeward Bound, there's no dialogue. My mother, who never goes to see animated movies, was kind of interested in this one. She went to see it with me and in the theater, and she loved it. We both really loved it. It is really short. It's 85 minutes. There's no dialogue. And what I love about it is that the animals act like they actually act in the real world. Like the dog acts like a dog, the cat acts like a cat, and not like a cartoon cat or dog. They act like the actual thing. The director of the film, this is his second feature. He did another animated feature which I've added to my watch list. His name is, I'm probably going to butcher this, although one of the comments on my review said, when I said I probably butchered that, said you were actually pretty close. So I guess I'll take your word for it. Gintz Zilbalotis. I hope I am saying that, or Gintz Zilbalotis. Really terrific director. And then Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Most Foul. It's the new Wallace and Gromit movie. It's on Netflix. It's great. It's a wonderful return to form for Aardman after the so-so of Chicken Run 2 for me. Endlessly inventive, endlessly funny. Wallace and Gromit are great, of course. Feathers McGraw, who isn't in the movie as much as you would think, but is really great when he is in that. The stuff with the bagpipe gag particularly got me laughing pretty hard. The bagpipes.
Yeah.
Great movie, and just endlessly inventive and funny, and also on your doorstep made me giggle more than I care to admit. So, yeah. So my number 19, Flow / Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Most Foul. And that film, the latter film, is directed by Nick Park and Merlin Crossingham and is written by Mark Burton. So definitely those two films are my collective number 19. Flow and Wallace and Gromit, Vengeance Most Foul.
All right.
Okay.
19. Oh, hold on.
If you're just joining us at hour 400 of our stream, we're almost halfway done. And all right, go ahead.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Hold on 1 sec. 1 second.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. Number 19. Hey, Grant.
Yeah.
Get your special sock out, nerds. It's going to get good.
Yay!
Deadpool and Wolverine. Oh, man. Honestly, I don't need to go on too long about this one, because what is there to say about Deadpool and Wolverine that hasn't been said already?
I am Marvel Jesus. Yes, you are.
Hey, how about this? Suck it, Fox. I'm going to Disneyland.
I thought he said eat a dick, Fox. Maybe I'm wrong. But
he said, suck it, Fox.
I'm going to Disneyland. Yeah.
How about this? There are 206 bones in the human body. 207 if I'm watching Gossip Girl.
Bye. Oh, also, hey, Luke. We're like, oh, we got it from the Punisher. Oh, which one? He goes, there's been like 3 of them. He goes, yep, there's only ever going to be one Blade.
Well, I'm about to make a name for myself.
I don't think I like. I don't think I like you very much. You never did.
You never did. I don't like you very much. You never did.
He goes, did you like
whiskey
he
dick
died,
at the claws?
Well,
it's quite common in Wolverines over 40. You don't want this. You're right. And you don't want this. Unless you want to take a deep breath through your fucking forehead, I suggest you reconsider.
Like, do you well, nice pool. He died a hero. He died of murder, you sick fuck.
Yeah. Those quotes would probably tell you how much I love Deadpool and Wolverine.
It's so good. You know, your mouth says no, but your eyes say fucky.
Did you say you made an educated fucking wish? They call me the Merc with the mouth. They don't call me Truthful Timmy, the blowjob queen of Saskatoon.
One
more word. Please, give me one.
Holy shit, it's fucking Peter.
Wrong line. He's like, one more word. Please, give me one. Gubernatorial. You know what? You're a fucking joke. No wonder the Avengers didn't take you. Or the X-Men. They'll take fucking anyone. Okay. We're going to move on. So
Good movie.
All right. So 18.
Oh, hold on a second. One more. And he goes, and their sacrifice. He has risen, baby girl. Fuck.
Fuck.
Or
this. Or should I say, gotcha, fuckface.
Gotcha, fuckface.
Okay. 18.
You can lick my cinnamon ring and kick rocks all the way to bald hell. Anyway.
Oh, I know. Keep my country's name out your fucking mouth.
My dad called me and he said, I watched Deadpool and Wolverine, and he said, what was your favorite part? And he goes, you're the word, he's the best, and he's the only good thing to ever come out of Canada. Keep my country's name out your fucking mouth. That was my favorite joke in the whole movie.
Okay, let's move on, because we're going on too long about Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah, we are.
All right,
okay,
18.
18, okay. Number 18. Hey, Luke.
What?
This is so fucking stupid. Tickets must be only $4. He goes, it's the principle of the thing. We live in Poland. This is our country. No, Benji, it was our country. They kicked us out because they thought we were cheap. A real pain.
Yep.
A real pain. I saw this movie at Sundance. I loved it. I was raving about it. And it's probably going to get nominated for Best Picture, which makes me happy. It's in the race. I love this movie. I was praising Kieran Culkin's thing before there was even a trailer out. And then one night, I was at the theater. It was the mystery movie, and the mystery movie was going to be Gladiator 2. And I said, you know what? I'm going to wait. I'm going to see that in IMAX. And I said, well, I probably should see another movie to kill time. I've seen everything. What do I want to see most again? And then in my theater, in the last little corner, right at there, minutes after, A Real Pain. I went to see it again on the big screen in a theater with nobody else. Nobody showed up. It was just me. That solidified this movie for me as one of the year's best. This movie is wonderful. It's funny. It's sweet. Can we talk about Kieran Culkin?
Yeah.
His performance. This is one of those career-defining performances. He's so good in this movie. And you could argue he's playing Wallace Wells again, kind of, but that's fine. He's good at it. Jesse Eisenberg, though, also great. The speech he makes about his complicated feelings toward his cousin at the table. Heartbreaking. Just beautifully written. Beautifully, and it's written and directed, right, by Jesse Eisenberg also. It's not only directed by him, but written by him too.
I know it's directed by him.
It's so fantastic. And I didn't see his first film as a director. It was on my list. It was When You Finish Saving the World, I think it was called.
I think so, yeah.
I heard mixed things about it. Like I kind of was interested. I didn't get to see it at the fest that year. Oh yeah, it was written and directed by Jesse Eisenberg. Just a wonderful movie, and it's a movie that we need right now. It's a feel-good movie that also isn't afraid to, and it's funny without shying away from the realities of generational trauma, and it's wonderful. And also Jennifer Grey is in it, and that's never a bad thing. So yeah, number 18, A Real Pain. It's my number 18 by Jesse Eisenberg.
Okie dokie. My number 18.
Yep.
Smile too.
Oh, okay. Never.
I did the gimmick. So
it didn't make any of my list, but I really dug Smile 2 also. I thought it was even better than the first one.
I think that's honestly slightly better in my opinion. They're honestly, if I were to even think about it, they're kind of on equal footing for me. Like I love both of them so much. They managed to scare the crap out of me.
It was scarier than the first one, I thought. It was more intense to me than the first one.
I agree. I think it is scarier, but I still think like they're honestly on par with each other.
I mean, I liked the first one. I didn't. That movie is a 4-star. Smile 2 is a 5. Like that to me, it upped the ante quite a bit. But it was still, I really liked the first one a lot. But
yeah, I think Naomi Scott was incredible in this, and
fantastic.
I even liked the music that she did.
Me too.
I really liked her music. Yeah, it's very scary. Like there are times where it's like you're like, the jump scare's coming. It's like,
yeah,
come on, bring it to me. But
it's not cheap. That's what I liked about it. It's effective.
It's not cheap jump scares, and it's also not.
It's well constructed.
This is one of those films that is honestly pretty thought provoking. It fucks with your head.
Yeah, it does, especially the ending. I think the ending is perfect.
Like this movie fucks with you.
It really does.
And even if it's like, if something's not there, it's like, well, at least it's not a dream sequence where like a cheaply done dream sequence.
And even when they do that, it works. Like the thing with the best friend or the former best friend, where that was effective. The thing when they're in the hallway and all of them are crowding up, that was creepy. All the smiling.
Yeah, like it makes sense for the type of movie that it is. Like,
let me put it to you this way: the first movie, I checked the parking lot to make sure nobody was smiling, but then I slept like a baby. The second movie, I checked the closet for monsters, and I don't think I've done that in a while. So there you go.
But yeah, I mean, if the first one was on my list for 2022, did you think that Smile 2 was not going to make my list?
I think that it was kind of with Smile 2 going in. I was like, this could go either way. Maybe it'll be as good as the first one, less good as the first one, or better than the first one. Luckily, to me, it was the latter. It could have.
Before I even saw it, like I heard the buzz that it was even better than the first film.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, it was really, really good.
Absolutely love Smile 2.
Really good, really creepy. And yeah, especially also want to give a shout out to the little girl in that one scene for best creepy smile acting I've seen from a child.
Oh, yeah, that's a pretty cool shirt you got. You want me to sign it?
Well, that part, but then also later when she's sort of from the side like this. It's like I'm looking at it like
okay. There were times where it's like, or I actually tried. I kept trying to look away. I'm just like, no.
Did you know what I also liked?
No, sorry.
I like that point of view sequence when they have the flashback to the car crash, where it's like all through like the point of view shifting from back and forth. That was the filming. Parker Finn's a really good filmmaker. I said that in the first one too. Like. He definitely is using these movies as a calling card to show off how good he is as a filmmaker, and he's good. He's really good.
Yep, and I think it might be looking like we're getting a third one.
I feel like there's no universe where we're not, because the second one did, I think, even better at the box office than the first, didn't it? Or it did as well, at least.
Yeah, I do think
It did well at the box. It opened at number one, I think, didn't it? The weekend it was out.
yeah, so it did really well, and I'm glad it made money, and I'm glad we're getting a third one. I'm interested to see what they do with a third one.
Smile 2, okay, let's think about what return on investment means. Smile 2, the budget was $28 million. It made so far at the worldwide box office 138.1 million. They were getting a third one. There's no universe where we don't get a third one. That's like return on investment on that level is pretty huge.
Yeah, we're definitely getting a third one because I see like its own profile, like its own thing on Letterboxd right now. So it's looking pretty clear that we're going to get a third one.
It's when something's that profitable, whether we like it or not, they're going to make it. That's the money talks, and that was a lot of money.
So yeah, Smile 2, like
it's gonna
honestly, it had to make the list somewhere.
It was really good. It was really good. So we're at 17.
Yep, 17.
Number 17. Somebody said this best. He goes, "Imagine Mean Girls if it was entirely recreated by popes." Number 17 is Conclave.
Conclave.
An adult thriller for adults by adults that treats the adults in the audience like adults. This is thoughtful filmmaking. It's beautiful. First off, the cinematography in this movie is amazing. Like, first and foremost, this film was directed by Edvard. It's actually Edvard Berger, who did All Quiet on the
Western Front,
which just missed on my top list. I love that film. I thought it was great. He tops himself, I think, with Conclave. This is filmmaking of a high order, really. It's beautifully shot. The storytelling is amazing. That final twist, I don't want to get into it. I don't want to spoil it. I think it's perfectly explained in the movie. I think that it's they were the right person for the job, and I think that that's what the movie is saying is that it doesn't matter what the people say about it. That person was right for the job, rather. That's all I'll say about it. I'm not going to go into detail because I want you guys to see it for yourself. But I think that the movie very, very clearly explains why that ending works. But it's definitely provocative. It's definitely a provocative twist, and it works. I think it really works. Ralph Fiennes is great, of course. He's always great. I also, Stanley Tucci, man, what a great actor. Like, just, are we in agreement, Ponto?
Yeah.
Stanley Tucci is amazing.
For sure, man.
Such a good actor. It's a great movie, and it's not like The Da Vinci Code. I also feel like this movie suffered from having not a great trailer. I think the trailer sells this movie as something it really isn't. It's not a thriller. It's not like an actiony, intense movie. It's a drama, and it's dialogue driven. It's talky, so you got to know that going in. I thought it was riveting. I was never bored once. I thought it was just a really great story. Again, I took my mom to it because she wanted to see it. She also, I think she said it is her favorite movie of the year. She loved Conclave. So yeah, number 17, Conclave. My number 17.
Also, one quick update on the Golden Globes here, really quick, before I give my 17.
Sure. Oh, that's tonight, isn't it?
Yeah. For Best Actor, I think it's in comedy or musical, if I'm not mistaken. Sebastian Stan wins for A Different Man.
Nice. He won?
Yep, he won.
Nice. I'll have to watch that movie then.
Definitely should.
I definitely should.
17.
Yes.
Addie. It was just a TV show. It's also okay. TV Glow.
Great movie.
Where this film kind of falls flat here a little bit, for me,
yeah,
is honestly how they hammer the message, like, because there were times where it's like they kind of just keep it going down on you to a point where it's like, okay, you're losing me.
What do you mean specifically? Without going into too much,
I'm not gonna say how, because that will kind of give it away.
Because I think the very ending of the movie is perfect. I think the last scene is amazing in that movie.
Well, I mean, I like how it doesn't answer the questions like instantly. That's the reason why I think the ending works so well. But it's just the way they kind of hammer home the message just wasn't really. It wasn't really what I was thinking it would be. I didn't really like how they did it. So
I thought. Let me put it to you this way: I think it's the best A24 movie that has a supporting performance by Fred Durst in it. I never thought I'd say that there were two in the same.
I got a better one. I'll tell you that.
Oh well. Here's the thing: you think it's better. I also like that movie quite a bit more than most people. But yeah, it's. I know what you're gonna say. Yeah, I think we can both agree on the other film is that it's critically poorly received, and that's kind of bullshit because it's. Like, let me put it to you this way. I love Martin Thomas. He's awesome. He's a great critic. Love Double Toasted. He named that his #1 worst movie of the year. Like, oh, I'm sorry, Martin. I can't go with you there. The one that's higher on your list that's coming. But, yeah, it's a good movie. I really liked I Saw the TV Glow. The music, also, the soundtrack, is one of the best soundtracks of the year.
Yeah, I got to get that soundtrack on vinyl. I need to get that.
The cover of Anthems of It for a 17-year-old awesome. All right. Anything else?
Nope, that's good.
That's
Let's just continue going.
So number 16, right?
Yep, 16.
Okay, 16, some might argue this is a 2023 movie. However, I must say this. It had a 1-week run in a single theater in 2023, but it didn't even actually have a limited release until the summer of 2024. So, and it was also nominated for an Oscar at last year's Oscars. Doesn't matter. It didn't get a release in our country until later on in the year, and I didn't see it until much later even then. My number 16 is an animated film, has no dialogue. Party on, say that you remember. 16 is Robot Dreams. I loved this movie. This is one of the most delightful, warm-hearted, sweet movies. It's the kind of movie that makes you feel good about humanity when it's over. It's bittersweet, but it's adorable. The friendship between these two guys, and yeah, there's some queer coding there, and I think that it works. This dog and this robot. Lovely, the soundtrack, the art style. I love that it looks like a little bit like an old-fashioned kind of children's book, kind of. It has that sort of aesthetic to it. It's I believe it's French and Spanish made. It's based on a graphic novel. It's a lovely movie. It's just one of those movies where it does what movies should do. It's the empathy machine at full blast. It's directed by Pablo Berger. I'm guessing no relation, but it's great, and it's on Disney Plus. So if you have Disney Plus or Hulu, it's on there. Go check out Robot Dreams. It's my number 16. Fantastic movie.
All right, 16 for me.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 second. Remember that time you guys came to stay? And you tried to leave without saying goodbye?
Before you begin,
no evil.
Can I tell you the funniest joke I heard from our fellow moviegoer at the theater when this movie came out?
All right.
There were these two boys. One was slightly older than the other. His younger brother, they were walking by, and there was a big-ass poster with a certain someone's face going like this. Say what the movie is real quick, and then we'll keep going.
It's Speak No Evil.
Speak No Evil. Okay. So, he's going like this, and he goes, and the 13-year-old boy goes over, he goes, speak no evil. Goes, yeah, speak no evil. He goes, oh, well, what happens if I speak evil? And then the older brother goes, I don't know, dude. McAvoy's going to get you. Haha. No, I like this movie also. It's not as good as the original, but it's still really good. It's better than I think it could have been. It justified its existence more than I expected. A lot of that, though, James McAvoy is fantastic in this movie.
Funny thing is, though, I still haven't seen the original. I actually wanted to go into this one without seeing the original.
That was a good call. I recommend now that you have seen the original, because the original's really good.
Honestly, from what I've heard about it, I'm like, I don't know.
It's a lot darker and more cynical than this one is, but they kind of jollied up in this one, which was I could see
that was why I enjoyed watching this remake, because from what I've heard, like I've heard that the original has pissed people off. So
the original is one of those movies. Well, ironically, I just saw Seven again on the big screen. It's kind of similar in that way, in that the world is a bleak and bitter place kind of ending. It's not very hopeful. It's very yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think I'm just gonna stick with this one, to be honest with you. I may see the original, but I'm gonna stick with this one mainly because of James McAvoy and that freaking awesome third act.
Freaking awesome third act, and also that kid who plays the son is great.
Ant, in the movie. Where did that performance come from? Holy shit!
Really, and he doesn't get he doesn't. Spoiler alert! Although if you saw the trailer, he doesn't speak in this movie.
That was genuinely horrifying. Like,
yeah, really good movie. Honestly, the only good movie Blumhouse put out this year. Sadly.
Oh, we'll get to that. We'll get to that bullshit.
We'll both be talking about those, I think. At least.
Anyways, but yeah, Speak No Evil. I genuinely love this movie. It crawled up more on my list the more and more I thought about it. I haven't seen it since theaters, but I've been wanting to rewatch it mainly because I love the movie, and mainly I just want to rewatch it mainly for James McAvoy. Like, is that too much to ask?
He's such a good actor. Like, he's so...
The fact that he's never been nominated for an Oscar yet, it's a crime.
Really? He hasn't been... Wait, he wasn't nominated for Split? I thought he was nominated for Split. Am I wrong about that? Really?
He was not nominated for Split.
Fuck the Oscars, then.
Yeah, like... One second, actually. Okay, well, wait, hold on. Wow. Not one Oscar.
Y'all fucking up.
What a crime.
It is.
It is an absolute crime that McAvoy has not been nominated for an Oscar.
God damn it.
It's a freaking crime.
It is. It really is.
So Academy, change that, please.
You done goofed.
But yeah, 16, Speak No Evil. I love it. Even if I watch the original, I'm definitely gonna prefer this remake. I'll tell you that.
Ponto, I think you spoke evil. I think that McAvoy needs to come get you. Hey James, I heard him speaking evil earlier. Go take care of this. You didn't hear it from me. Anyway. Okay. Number 15?
15.
15? This movie nobody saw. It's another one that's a deep cut. Exhibiting Forgiveness is my number 15. This was a drama starring Andre Holland, really great in the movie. Andra Day also does an original song for the movie that's one of the best of the year. Anjanou Ellis-Taylor, who has had a freaking great year this year. Holy shit. Between this, Origin, which was a runner-up on my list, and also a movie that, while I wasn't nuts about it, she was great. The Supremes at Earl's All You Can Eat, which I didn't love that movie, but I thought she was great in it. Great movie. It's just a really powerful thing about fathers and sons and the scars of abuse and how we use art to kind of, and it's a theme of another movie that's much higher on my list about how art saves us, how art and expression can kind of bring us out of the darkness that we've dealt with. It's beautiful, and yeah, it's really good. It's directed by a actual gallery artist making his feature directorial debut named Titus Kapoor. Really great filmmaker right out the gate. Number 15, Exhibiting Forgiveness. Go check it out. It's fantastic.
Number 15 for me?
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of American are you? Civil War.
The sphincter tightening moment of 2024. Jesus fucking
or should I say the scariest non-horror film I've ever seen in my life. I will tell you, if you're not a person like in the military or anything, this movie will make you terrified of guns.
Again, we were talking about Twisters earlier, especially if you see it in IMAX. I saw it in fucking IMAX. You talk about an intense fucking movie to see in IMAX. Shit.
Like I said, man, this movie, if you're not in the military or anything, this will make you terrified of guns. Like, because this,
so good.
like with the gunshots in this film, they are loud. Like, loud.
Oh my god! So the ending too.
But the sound design though, like the sound design, and I like how Alex Garland makes those gunshots sound so loud. It's incredible.
It is, and the ending is one of the best endings of any movie this year. That last shot is just perfect. Also, you mentioned in your larger video, please, Alex Garland, make another film. Well, I'm happy to report. Out of my screening of a film we're going to talk about later on this list, he is. It's coming out in April, I think. It's called Warfare. He's co-directing it with somebody. It looks really good. It's also like
I didn't see the trailer yet, but we'll see.
It's a military action movie. It's like I think it's based on the memoir of the co-director. I think it's like based on a true. Right. Yeah, looks awesome. But yeah.
15 Civil War. Incredible.
It's such a good movie. Also, he's also technically writing, returning to write 28 years later, which looks fucking metal as fuck, dude.
Yeah.
So I'm so excited for that movie. Boots. That's I've been listening to that poem.
That freaking poem, dude.
So good.
All right, take it away, 14.
Can we all agree, like, if we're going to give greatest trailers released in 2024, number one would have to be 28 Years Later, right? That's one of the best trailers I've seen in years.
Yeah.
That is a good fucking trailer. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Number 14?
Yep, 14.
Okay. 3 things. Carrie Coon, Elizabeth Olsen, Natasha Lyonne.
I know it.
His 3 daughters, my number 14, which I believe our friend Josh Drake, this is tied for first with Furiosa, I think, on his list. I might be wrong about that. But also, Elizabeth Olsen is his wife, so I mean, he had to put that based on
a little bias.
But here's the thing: bias for a good movie is still honoring a good movie. So there you go. No, his 3 daughters isn't just good; it's great. This is directed by Azazel Jacobs. He previously did a film I liked more than some people. It was a major step up, but from a couple years ago called French Exit, which I really liked. This movie is beautiful. And yes, it's a little bit like it's a Playas film. Okay, whatever. It's all in one house. Okay, whatever. Good dialogue and good acting sometimes can make a movie really special. And this movie has great dialogue and great acting. And right off the bat, he allows his characters to be messy. He allows them to deal with their shit in a way that feels real and raw and human. And it's the kind of film that I think a lot of people have slept on. It's on Netflix. You should go check it out. It is lovely. It's one of the funniest films about grief also I've seen. It's very funny. And then also at the end, it does a little bit of magical realism that works. And it's a fine line, and they pull it off. And it's just everybody's perfectly cast in this. It's a lovely movie. His 3 daughters, my number 14. Please go check it out. It's on Netflix. Don't miss that one. Don't sleep on it. It's great.
That one was not a favorite of mine, but it was good.
Yeah,
I think it's good. Not a favorite of mine.
Okay, I didn't know you saw it, so that's good.
I did. I thought it was good.
Cool.
Just I didn't love it. It was good.
Okay, you're number 14.
It's not one I will gravitate towards or ever watch again. So
fair enough. What's your number 14?
Number 14. You want to defy some gravity? Wicked.
Damn. Nice.
I love Wicked. The only reason why it comes this low on the list is only because it's a part 1.
It's a little bit higher on mine, but I'll be talking about it more when we get to my spot. But yeah, it's a great movie.
I think, like I said, the only reason why it's a little bit lower is because it is a part 1. And I want to see how this story concludes before I ever up it back up to a 5 out of 5. Because
as somebody who is a fan of the source material, I can promise you the second half will, if they do it properly, which I think they will retroactively make you love this movie even more because it's such a good second half. But
I mean, I've seen the musical on stage.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's just I want to see how they're able to tackle the second half of the story.
Me too. I'm excited.
So before I consider bumping this one back up on my list.
Yeah.
So gotta wait until November, but I'm excited for it. Can't wait. But
yeah.
I don't really need to say much about Wicked that hasn't been said yet. So
we'll talk about it when it get more because there's some overlap there with okay.
Yeah, I love Wicked, and I'll just tell you right now, my 13 through 1 are all 5 out of 5s. So
okay, cool. So my number 13. Ready for 13?
Go ahead.
Unlucky 13.
Oh shit.
Hey Luke. Come my lady, come my lady. You're my Victorian butterfly, bloody baby. Nosferatu is my number 13.
That's higher on mine.
It is. Nosferatu.
Nosferatu.
Alec didn't like it as much as I did. Alec can kiss my ass respectfully because I fucking loved Nosferatu.
Dude, both my friends that I saw it with the second time on Friday didn't even like this one as much as I do either.
It's genuinely
to be fair, not their cup of tea. So.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I love Robert Eggers. It's directed by Robert Eggers, I should point out. Yep. Love that man. He's a genius. He has not made a bad film yet, honestly. I think that the guy is brilliant. Honestly, between The Lighthouse is still maybe my favorite of his, but this might be a little bit better. I'm not going to lie. This might actually be his best film. And he takes this classic, which is classic, F.W. Murnau film, German expressionist silent horror film, and he makes something new out of it. He makes something sexy out of it. He makes something creepy out of it, haunting out of it, ballsy out of it. The performances are fantastic. The cinematography is beautiful. The use of darkness in this film is just beautiful. Can we talk about Lily Rose Depp and how this is
wonderful?
She should get an Oscar nomination for this. Again, Nicholas Hoult is having the best year fucking ever for any actor. Talk about making nothing but bangers, except the Garfield movie. But aside from that, just 3 out of 4 ain't bad at all. But just great movie, beautifully lit. Also, he's unrecognized. Jeremy Johns, whose work I've not necessarily loved this year, I have to give credit. He said the best line in his review of this, which he says, "This film allegedly stars Bill Skarsgård." I agree with him. I can't actually prove necessarily that's really him under all that makeup because the makeup is so great. He is completely transformed, is he not? He looks unrecognizable. I can't see him at all in that movie. He is Count Orlok. There's no
way around that.
It's creepy and it's also funny in that very Robert Eggers dark kind of way that he does, and it's horny and it's weird and it's great, and it's a Robert Eggers movie that even your family members can love. My aunt, who doesn't even like horror, took the whole gang to see it over Christmas, and they all loved it. So there you go. Nosferatu is my number 13, directed by the great Robert Eggers.
All right, 13?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. The juice is loose.
Yay!
Beetlejuice. I saw another one.
Don't say it the third time. You're going to summon him.
Beetlejuice.
No!
I'm good. Do a double check around. You're good.
I think it was
This is another one.
Dostoevsky who said, "Later, fucker."
Later, fucker.
Great movie.
Ha ha. Next.
So good.
I freaking love Beetlejuice. You're that thing from my dream. Really
More
love that
nightmare
material. Thank you. You're Beetle. Oh.
She's
never ever say my name ever.
She's a soul sucker. Yeah, you're not kidding.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Michael Keaton, you genius.
Hold on. I'll meet it upstairs. Bob, hold on the fort. Hold on. Recognize this puss. Never seen that chick before in my life or afterlife.
Speaking of Willem Dafoe movies from 2020, he's had a good year too.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm literally just pulling out Beetlejuice quotes right now.
This is a great sequel. Like, this is what you wanted a sequel to be. This is the best case scenario.
Not just what you want a sequel to be, what you want a Tim Burton movie to be.
Exactly. I do hope, though, that if they do a third one, that it's Beetlejuice Goes Hawaiian, because that just sounds fucking awesome. The original pitch for the second one.
Well, thank you all very much for coming to this special occasion, but right now, with like a little privacy. And then everybody gets sucked into their phones.
Someone left the cake out in the rain, Luke.
Oh,
I think that I can take it because it's too slow.
I love a good dream sequence. Wait, right. And after he blows up, should have gotten married in Vegas.
Okay, so anything else to add other than the quotes?
I've seen people on Letterboxd going that this was a lazy sequel, and I'm like, dude, this is Tim Burton. Like,
it's not lazy either.
And plus, if it was lazy, then would it have taken him 36 years to make this sequel? No.
Well, that, and also the criticism that the movie has no plot and it's mostly all chaos. I'm like, have you seen the first one? It is all chaos. That's the point. It's vignettes. There's a skeletal through line, really. That's what makes it
But also,
sharp.
to be fair, though, I'll tell you this. There's a lot going on in this movie. There's a lot going on.
But there was in the first movie, too, though. That's what I'm saying, is chaotic, just like the first one was.
No, but I'm saying, like, there's more subplots in this one than there is the first one.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
There actually have been some films this year that have suffered from that. Like,
I don't feel like this is
one I can think of is Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. I think that one suffered from having too much go on. But I think with this one, they have all of those like plot lines actually come together very well in the third act. But also, to be fair, whenever like you see the film go on, you actually forget that Monica Bellucci's even in the movie.
Because, she's underused. That's what I'll agree on that, actually.
Like, you forget that she's in it. Like, besides our main three, the only other two people that you know are in it are Catherine O'Hara and Willem Dafoe.
Who's fabulous in the movie. Catherine O'Hara.
Those are the only two that you can remember besides our three leads, Michael Keaton, Jenna Ortega, and Winona Ryder.
Which also, Monica Bellucci, though, despite being underused, still fine as hell. I gotta say, like, just so beautiful.
Yeah. Worthy successor, even for the 36-year wait.
Yeah, I agree.
So, all right, 12.
Number 12 is it's tie time. Number 12, these two are tied mainly because they're both documentaries. And no, there is one other documentary that's higher. These are both documentaries. My number 12. You're struggling to guess, aren't you?
Well, I don't watch that many documentaries like you do.
Okay, number 12, and they're also very different in subject matter. My number 12s are Will and Harper.
Okay.
/ which, Luke, I think you'd really love, actually. I think you'd really like it. Tied with Dahomey. That's my number 12. These are Will and Harper is directed by... Couldn't be more different. The only reason they're together are because they're both documentaries, and I wanted to include both of them. Will and Harper is directed by Josh Greenbaum, who did two of my favorite comedies in recent years, those being Barb and Star Go to Vista Del Mar and Strays. By the way, if you couldn't love my wife, Margot Robbie, more, she was on Talking Pictures recently, and she mentioned that she thought Barb and Star was one of the most underrated movies ever. So there you go. Thank you, Margot Robbie.
Yep.
I'll be done soon, sweetie. I'll help you put the baby to bed. No, for real though. Spartacus Mills Taylor. All right. No, but he directed it. Josh Greenbaum. It's all, and then Dahomey is directed by Mati Diop, this Senegalese filmmaker. Couldn't be more different. Will and Harper is basically a docu-comedy road trip movie centering on Will Ferrell, who of course is playing Will Ferrell in it because it's a documentary, and Harper Steele, who is she is a writer, former writer on Saturday Night Live, who is a trans woman, and it is about how she announces to Will that she is transitioning, and they decide to take a road trip. They decide to get into a car and see America. And but despite seeming to be an eat your vegetables kind of movie about bigotry and ignorance, it's not. The movie is as irreverent as you want from these two funny people, and they make it a really fun experience. Also, do you think you're a worse driver now that you're a woman? Well, shut the fuck up, because, yeah. Funny, really good documentary. Check it out. Also really heartfelt, and it's, even if you're not a Will Ferrell fan, which who isn't? Will Ferrell's hilarious. But if you're not, like my mother, for instance, you'll still like this movie because it's really sincere and heartfelt. Also, apparently, the homemade song that Kristen Wiig does of Will and Harper Go West is apparently shortlisted for Best Original Song at the Oscars. So, yay. Good for them. But yeah. And then also, on the other side of that, Dahomey, which is on Mubi. It's also in select theaters now. It is a 68-minute documentary about these ancient artifacts from Senegal that come through through basically, and it's about the Senegalese people, I believe in France, and part of it is an experimental, non-dialogue driven documentary about the preparations of these artifacts, with intercut with narration from the artifacts themselves. These sort of fantasy things in French of these artifacts describing their journey to get to this location. And then the second half is a political debate involving the students from Senegal advocating for and against these artifacts being returned. And really good film, really beautifully made for a documentary. Definitely experimental. The cinematography is fantastic. It's 68 minutes. It's on Mubi. I highly recommend checking it out if you have that service. Really short sit, but really, really emotionally impactful and thoughtful. So yeah, my number 12, Will and Harper by Josh Greenbaum, and Dahomey by Mati Diop, or my collective number 12.
All right, so my number 12, I'll just say this one and move on since we've already talked about it like quite a bit already.
Yeah.
It's Saturday Night.
Yay!
So, talked about that quite a bit already, so we can just go on to number 11.
Good pick. Okay, so really, that's all you have to say about it?
We talked about it enough already, so.
That's fair. All right. Number 11?
Yep, go ahead.
Hey, Luke.
Yes?
I have a question for you.
All right.
Do you need assistance?
Damn it!
The Wild Robot. It's my number 11. Now,
come on.
Don't think that it's a little bit low. Doesn't mean I loved it, because listen, if you
I know. I'm messing
if you
with
made
you.
my top 60, you are the cream of the fucking crop, and The Wild Robot is the cream of the fucking crop. This is one of those movies I think I can recommend to just about anybody of any age. It's beautiful. It's moving. It's really funny. It's one of the funniest movies of the year. The animation is gorgeous. Sepsis. I picked Sepsis. It takes time. Yeah, it's hilarious. The 3D.
I do not have the programming to be a mother.
No one does. Really, really funny.
Easy. I could teach him the way my mom taught me.
Yeah.
Swim. Kick.
And also, especially if you're somebody who has ever been somebody's child or has had a child, especially, if you're not a blubbering pile at the end of this movie, you're not human. It's just that, plain and simple, you don't have a soul if this doesn't make you cry. The ending of this movie is
not really just make you cry. If you don't get choked up watching this film, you have no heart.
if you don't feel anything watching it, like this whole movie, Lupita Nyong'o's voice performance is honestly one of the best acting performances of the year. She's fantastic. But yeah, it's directed by Chris Sanders, aka the Lord Jesus Christ of animation, who made two of my favorite animated films of all time. Those being Lilo and Stitch and How to Train Your Dragon, and he has now made three of my favorite animated films of all time. My number 11, Wild Robot by Chris Sanders. It's my number 11. Fantastic movie.
Right. Yes, sir.
Great movie.
So damn good. I'll talk about that later.
Yeah, I know you will.
That's why I was a little frustrated, but again, I was messing with you.
No, it's a great movie. Yeah. Number 11.
Number 11. Oh, I'll tell you this. I'll give you a hand on this. Face huggers. Alien freaking Romulus.
Get away from her, you bitch!
Probably easily the best film in the franchise since the first Alien. And let me get this clear. I love Aliens. There's just, it's kind of drawn out, to be honest with you, with some certain things. I think it's gone on a bit too long. So
Yeah.
I honestly prefer Romulus over Aliens, personally.
Yeah.
And plus, this is just a freaking, like, this is like a dream for Fede Alvarez fans.
He's a great filmmaker, honestly, of genre movies. Like, he's a great genre filmmaker.
Of course. And whenever I heard he was doing an Alien film, I was like, yes, this is exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah.
This is exactly the franchise that he deserves to make. Like, make more of these. And the film was very successful on its first weekend. I think made $100 million worldwide on its first weekend. Made a shit ton of money.
Damn. And it was that's another one that's, to me, an honorable mention of an honorable mention, but I really liked it a lot. Alien.
So, I mean, I think it is actually my favorite Fede Alvarez movie is Romulus, in my opinion.
I still think Don't Breathe is his best movie.
It's great, but it kind of
really
I felt like it falls into some similarities to Panic Room.
I will say this though, Don't Breathe 2 doesn't exist. Let's act like that never happened. That movie sucked. But Don't Breathe 1 was good.
Yeah, but like I said, my only real issue with the first one is that it falls in a bit too many similarities to Panic Room.
But it's tight. It's a really tight movie.
It's more tighter than Panic Room, but like I said,
yeah,
falls in a bit too many similarities to it. But
yeah,
it's still great. Don't get me wrong, though. I love Don't Breathe, but just I thought it was a bit too similar to Panic Room.
The twist in Don't Breathe also is like an all-timer. Holy shit! Twist.
Damn. Okay. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
All right. 10. Let's get through these top 10.
Yeah. Let's do that. So number 10. Hey Luke. I'm getting over an illness, so forgive me if I'm a little bit flat, but number 10. Number 10. Wicked is my number 10.
I know it.
Wicked is okay. Another movie that suffered, I think, from having kind of shitty trailers. But suffered is the operative word. This movie made bunk, so I guess it didn't suffer that much. But another movie I could recommend is just about Arabate.
Sorry.
It's okay. To Arabate. Am I boring you, Ponto?
No.
Okay. Wicked is 3 hours long. It's a half of the story, and it still feels like a movie to me. I guess it's part one, but you know what? It has a climax. It has a conclusion that's satisfying enough to make it feel like a standalone effort in its own right. It's a really good movie. The special effects look great. The sets look great. The storytelling is amazing. The musical numbers are brilliant and really bring the show to life on the big screen in a way that is really great. John M. Chu, who directed it, is terrific. It's really come a long way since he's starting the Step Up movies. And of course, doing two movies I loved in the last few years, Crazy Rich Asians and In the Heights. Now he's honestly topped himself with this. This is, again, filmmaking of a high order. It's beautiful. It's sweet. It's a great family movie. It's a great movie for adults. And I will always admire any movie that is like a north of $100 million big budget family holiday film that also has the meaningful things to say about fascism, about othering in society, bigotry, and interpersonal relationships without ever becoming preachy with it, and always being light on its feet, funny, and moving and powerful. Ariana Grande is better than I think I've ever seen her in any capacity ever. Cynthia Erivo is, if it wasn't for somebody whose performance is higher on this list that very much will win the Oscar, she would be my second choice for Best Actress. Really great. Nice supporting turns from the likes of Jeff Goldblum, even though, yes, he's not in it that much, but he will be in the second one, don't worry.
Yep.
Michelle Yeoh, who's always a welcome presence. Love her. Great. Bowen Yang, always a delight.
Yep.
Really fun flick. So yeah, Wicked. I will say check it out, but let's be honest. By now, everybody's seen that fucking movie. But
yeah,
if you're on the fence, don't be. Go see Wicked. It's fantastic. It's my number 10, directed by John M. Chu. Can't wait
all
for
right,
part
10.
Yeah.
All right. Excuse me. Why do you look like me? I don't look like you. You look like me. Why do you look like me?
Mickey 17? No. Doesn't come
Sonic
out
the Hedgehog 3.
Oh, right. Which was a runner-up on my list. It was on the runner-ups for me. I
honestly, once that first trailer came out, I was like, I'm gonna knock on wood right now. It's gonna end up in my top 10. And
best of the trilogy, right? Are we in agreement on that? Best of the trilogy.
It is the best of the trilogy, for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Love
it. It is the best because, I mean, it honestly does everything that everybody loves about those first two films while also straying away from the things that people didn't care about the first two films. Which, I mean, that alone deserves a spot on my list. And when those elements show up in was the perfect movie. As Shadow. Frickin' oh my god!
Can we just give Jim Carrey the best supporting actor Oscar now, please?
Yes. Come on, Granddaddy-O. We've got dirt to do.
A nano hand. He goes, I haven't seen one of those since I hate and watched Green Lantern. Jim Carrey's awesome.
Freaking love that.
What does he say to also, Agent Stone, you're baby girl. You deserve so much better. You sweetheart. Love you, Agent Stone.
But also,
great.
Can we both agree that Keanu Reeves was perfect as Shadow?
Dude, he was perfect when they were fan casting him, before he was even confirmed. Like that, he was perfect for that role.
Yes,
it's amazing.
I love that. Especially the scene when he scares the shit out of Knuckles.
It gets dark. Boom. That's the other thing I like in this movie. For a kid's film that's technically for children, it's age appropriate. This movie kind of gets fucked up. Like the stuff.
It's a dark movie. I mean, especially with Shadow's backstory, it's dark.
Yeah. Isn't that the same girl from like Furiosa and Sting? Am I wrong about that?
Hold on.
She's a really talented young guy, even though I didn't like Sting very much. Which we'll talk about.
Yeah, I did not like Sting either.
But she was good in it. She was good in that movie. Like, I kind of went away with but the kid was good.
Yeah, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
But but of course our main three, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles, they're better than they've ever been before.
Good.
And this is still in theaters, so please go see it, people. And also, one thing. Stay for the post-credit scenes. There are two of them.
Both of them. Stay to the very end.
Stay for both of them.
Also, it's making bank, which makes me happy. Also, here's another thing. It made more money than a certain piece of shit that we'll talk about next week that I saw the same day.
I'll just tell you this. Sonic's putting Disney to shame.
I'll give you a hint. Okay, so imagine the top of a cliff. Someone's hanging on for dear life. This is that other piece of shit. Sonic says, "Long live the king!" Ah!
Yep.
Right there. ate the fucking lunch of that other movie. Anyway.
We'll talk about that later, but
we
Sonic
will.
the Hedgehog 3 had to make it into my top 10.
I have some choice words when we get to that one. I'm just going to let you know right now.
But yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 had to make it into my top 10.
Yeah, it's great. It's really great. It was a good year for movies, guys. It was a really good year for movies.
Yeah, so, but I'm just telling you, man, this top 10 was hard, but sticking with it.
I agree.
All right, go ahead. 9.
Number 9? Number 9.
Number 9.
Hey, Luke, I got to tell you something.
What's
my
up?
Friend. It's been a long year. We've had our ups and downs. But I have to say, being here right now, it's such a perfect day. I'm glad I spent it with you. Oh, such a perfect day. You keep me hanging on and on and on. Perfect Days is my number 9. Just directed by the great Wim Wenders, one of the best. It's the only film I personally bought that is from this year that I got on Criterion because I just loved it that much. Just a wonderful movie about life. It's a wonderful movie about the things we take for granted in life and the people we take for granted. It's a movie that is, again, speaking of movie soundtracks, just chef's kiss. It's a lovely story about this janitor, and it's in Japan. He cleans those really funky looking, in a cool looking outdoor toilets, which I'd never seen. My cousin has been to Japan, and she says it's a trip. I'm like, yeah, I can tell. And it's just his day in and day out, and then little pockets of humanity start to invade his routine, and you see these people like the tic-tac-toe game, for instance. Stuff like that. I love that. I've been holding on to this movie all year. I saw this early in the year, and it still affects me to this day. The fact that it's only number 9 shows how great this year has been, but I loved Perfect Days. It's, I think, my personal favorite film by Wim Wenders. Honestly. I know it's a controversial choice, but I'm going to say it. I really love this movie. But yeah, number 9, Wim Wenders' Perfect Days. My number 9.
All right. Number 9?
Yeah.
All right. I'm actually going to set my number 9 in the background here for a second.
Okay.
Since I was actually able to reach it off my shelf. Or should I say, what can I say? I like playing with my food.
Yay!
Abigail.
Runner-up for me.
Oh, yes, Abigail.
Love that movie.
I've seen it 4 times now, and every single time that I watch it, like, I have more fun every time I watch it. Like,
I got the garlic.
Really...
I got the garlic. Joey, those are fucking onions.
Wrong one. Oh. Sammy, those are fucking onions.
Sammy, right, yeah.
I don't cook. I don't know. All right, let's go kill us a fucking vampire.
Hey, Catherine Newton, hit me up.
Bro. Jacob might be watching.
Jacob's too young for you.
Bitch.
Jacob, I love you, but Jacob is a boy. I'm a man.
Bitch, that guy's... Dude, Jacob is 25.
Bitch, I'm 31.
Bitch.
Jacob, I love you, Jacob. You're a good dude, but back off. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, though, he actually met her twice. Ah!
Also, Jacob, you have the fucking balls to put Kinds of Kindness on your worst of list. Damn you. I want to say the same thing to Austin Putnam. You dare put, well, we'll talk about it, much higher, but on your worst list? Come on, dog. Come on, Austin. Anyway, go ahead.
So, yeah.
Love both of you, but come on, bro.
I love Abigail.
Back to the movie, right?
was perfect in this film, as of course the title character Abigail. All I gotta say is body explosions.
Yeah, you know what? And also, for those who don't know, that element is one of two elements that is carried over from Abigail is kind of a sequel because technically it's in the same universe as Ready or Not. Because it is revealed in the movie in the background, and Radio Silence have confirmed this. Abigail is part of the La Dumbass Gaming Dominion. She is part of that family. It's in the Ready or Not universe. So there you go.
Yeah, but number 9, Abigail. Love it so much, dude. It's so good.
Awesome movie. Also, R.I.P. Angus Cloud. R.I.P.
I think that actually was his last movie.
It was. And also, I think the first thing I saw him in, honestly. I didn't know who he was.
Well, you got to check out Your Lucky Day.
I hear it's really good. It's on my list. Oh, wait. Was he on Euphoria? I've seen Euphoria.
Yes.
Yeah. I recently watched Euphoria. I caught up with it. All right.
All right, go for number 8.
Number 8. Hey, Luke.
What?
And also Gracie, if you're still watching. Three words. Pump it up. Pump it up. You gotta pump it up. The Substance. Sparkle.
Is everything okay?
Hey, Luke. Pretty girls should always smile.
So hold on. Let me do that again. Is everything okay? So smile.
Dennis Quaid, in the span of 2 weeks, was in one of the worst films of the year. We'll talk about it. And one of the best films of the year.
Best he's been in years, I'll tell you that.
His co-star, Jon Voight, however, in the span of 2 weeks, was in the worst movie of the year and an even worse movie of the year. Good job, Jon Voight. No, but back to we'll talk about it. The Substance. The fact that this is probably actually going to be one of the first horror films in years to get nominated for Best Picture makes my heart so happy. I'm going to be able to say that the movie in which, in a key moment, Margaret Qualley pulls a chicken wing grotesquely and horrifically out of her belly button is going to be nominated for Best Picture. That, to me, is insane. I love that this movie has broken out the way that it has, but beyond everything else, sitting in the theater watching it, I got to see it a couple of days before it opened at an early advanced screening at my theater. I was sitting there was maybe 4 other people in the theater. I not only loved watching this film, I loved watching the audience and seeing how they reacted to every moment, because I was reacting the same way. Holy shit, what the fuck is going on? This is incredibly well made. It's rated by this filmmaker, Coralie Farge. She previously did a film called Revenge. I haven't seen it. It's on my list. I've heard it's really good. This movie also was going to be a bigger production. Apparently Universal was going to release it, and then they passed. They passed on it because it was too wild. And so Mubi picked it up, and it's I think now the only wide release movie ever in the United States. And they knew what they had here, and they were right, because this is a terrific movie. It's creepy, it's funny, the satire of Hollywood is brilliant, and I'm sorry, I love the ending. I think the ending is perfect. I think it ties into the beginning and the whole narrative of the film perfectly. It is weird, and you have to be adventurous to really go for it. But it is just an amazing piece of work. And Margaret Qualley, and especially Demi Moore, this movie also, to me, within all this madness and this body horror craziness, right, has to me one of the most heartbreaking scenes of the year. Yeah, there's substance in the substance, weirdly enough. The heartbreak of the year, and it's all Demi Moore standing in front of a mirror, getting ready to go out, and just her constantly. What this movie says about body image and women and how they're treated in Hollywood is so important. And at the same time, if you just want grotesque craziness, you get all that also. So it's a wild ride. The Substance, great movie. It's my number 8. Coralie Farge, great movie.
Yep. Okay. Number 8 for me. Yep. Anyways, Blessings for My Mother. Monkey Man.
Yay!
Um,
I call her Nikki Minaj.
big
Big bumper,
bumper.
nice headlights.
Headlights. That's Boogie.
It's Boogie.
Um,
Such a dope movie.
yeah. I don't care what people say about the shaky cam. It actually works for the type of movie that it's going for.
I agree.
I want to see Dev Patel direct more movies for sure.
Absolutely.
All I gotta say is the last 10 minutes of the film is honestly one of the best final 10 minutes I've ever seen in any movie.
So good.
Spoiler, when he finally kills Rana, which is the person that murdered his mother.
So satisfying.
I was about to say that. Like, you feel like you can just have this like sigh of relief because it's like he finally got revenge on the person that murdered his mother. And also when you see the flashback of like how he witnessed his mother die, heartbreaking,
devastating. And also, here's the other thing. This movie, yeah, everybody's talking about the Bollywood influences, and they're there. This movie owes a massive, same with Kill to some extent, a massive debt to Korean action cinema, especially the works of like Park Chan-wook. Think like Old Boy. There's a lot of Old Boy.
You think of something like Old Boy or I Saw the Devil.
You
get something like that with Monkey Man, and
yeah.
But you can definitely tell that Dev Patel has a big inspiration from Bruce Lee when you watch this movie. With stuff like Enter the Dragon, because that was the film that changed his life and made him want to get into the film industry.
I'm gonna let everybody watching this in on a little secret. Every good modern action movie owes at least a little bit of a debt to Bruce Lee and Enter the Dragon, because that movie like made the benchmark.
That mainly involves martial arts, is what you should preface.
Well, like the whole but the whole climax of John Wick 2 is basically a direct copy of the climax from Enter the Dragon, including the way the body on the door of the mirror door with like the sword. You know what I mean? Like, no, it's great. And Dev Patel is one of those actors who went from starring in one of the worst films I've ever seen to taking interesting roles for the rest of his career. Like, I have not seen him be bad in anything post that. He's always done something kind of interesting, you know what I mean? And great job.
Yeah, number 8, Monkey Man. Love it. Love it. Yeah. Great movie. Moving on. Number 7.
Number 7. Hey, Luke.
Yeah.
Do you need a skate filmer? Because I film. Dee Dee. It's my number 7. This movie is very personal to me. Like I said, I was 14 in 2008. 14 becoming 15 in 2008. And this movie gets it, man. This movie, and no, I'm not saying that because I also got to see it at a critic screening. Don't even get me started. No, but this movie gets it, and it's moving, and it's funny. The lead performance. I want to get this kid's name right because he's great. The film, by the way, is directed by Sean Wang, who previously directed the Oscar-nominated short Nai Nai and Waipo, which if you've not seen it, it's on Disney+. It's great. Who is the kid? Isaac Wang. Isaac Wang, phenomenal as the titular Dee Dee. But I also want to give a shout-out, and I heard she might be in the discussion maybe for supporting actress. I hope so. Maybe like a dark horse, but Joan Chen as his mother.
Yes.
Oh my God. Just such an amazing performance. And people have said it's very much like 8th grade. I think it's worthy of that comparison. I loved 8th grade.
For sure.
Love that movie. And so that was one of my best of the decade, of the 2010s. Like, I loved 8th grade. This movie is worthy of that comparison. It's a lovely film. And if you were a 14-year-old, especially a 14-year-old boy, who had a MySpace account before it became lame to have one, and grew up in that, this movie, you'll get it. This movie is just, love it. Dee Dee, my number 7, Sean Wang directed.
Yeah. Also, Isaac Wang. I was gonna say something about that because I just looked at the films he was also in. I forgot he played Soren in Good Boys.
Oh, really?
I'm looking at it.
Fucking love Good Boys.
There you go.
Nice. I fucking love Good Boys. Talk about a funny movie.
Yep. All right, so 7 for me.
They weren't even kissing. She was just licking that dude. Like, she was just licking that woman's asshole. Do you want to kiss an asshole, Max? No. Anyway, go ahead. Love that movie. Anyway, number 7.
All right, 7. Hey, Grant.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna do this quick. When's your birthday, little one? It's long legs.
Is. The almost birthday girl. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, like.
So good.
Oh boy, Nicolas Cage has never been creepier, and I don't mean that as a stretch. He has never been creepier.
He really is great in this.
Like,
Hey Luke. Hail Satan.
Knock knock at the farmhouse door.
So good. So good.
But what do you know about the man upstairs? Why don't you ask your mommy? Yeah, so I love long legs. Actually, funny enough, spoiler really quick. The scene when Nicolas Cage smashes his face against the table, my mom actually covered her eyes.
Damn.
Like,
yeah.
And plus by the end, because of the fact he loses his nose.
Yep.
Like, I was like, yeah. Good thing it covered, because that's nasty.
Damn.
But truly one of the most chilling, unsettling, and creepy ass movies I've seen in a long time.
The filmmaking, Osgood Perkins' filmmaking is so just immaculate and creepy, and
that's why it honestly makes me more excited for The Monkey. Because
yeah, I also
I can just tell you this: it's going to be a gore fest. I'll tell you that.
It looks great.
Hold on.
Excited.
And then tip on now. Boom!
Yeah.
With a shotgun.
That's so good.
Like, I saw that trailer in front of Nosferatu, and I'm like, I need this now. I need it.
And also, come on, baby, let the good times roll as the people are being brutally. It looks great. Yeah. All right. Any
so
more?
That's number 7 is long legs.
Super. Number 6.
All right, go for it.
I saw this movie the same day I saw the next film on my list, and Weekend in Tai-Pai. Don't worry, Weekend in Tai-Pai is not on my list, although I did enjoy it. I did enjoy it more than I thought I would. But number 6 was a movie I was not planning on seeing that day. I saw it basically to kill time. I wanted to see the movie, but I didn't. I was basically looking at what's playing at a theater around the corner from the theater I'm going to tonight that's showing a movie I haven't seen, and it was the perfect one because it was one I wanted to see. And that was number 6, Memoir of a Snail. This is a stop-motion animated film that, dear God, is it for adults only. Do not watch this with your children. But it's rated R for a reason. Just know that going in. It's stop-motion animated. And this is one of the bleakest animated films ever. But it's not pornographic in its tragedy. It's a movie. It's directed by Adam Elliott, who did one of the best adult animated films ever, Mary and Max. It's been, like 15 years now since he did Mary and Max. And so, like, this is his big return to features, and it's lovely. It's dark, and it's sad, but it's beautiful, and it's about depression, and it's about anxiety, and it's about, addiction, and it's about hate and bigotry, and but it's also about love. It's about the love between siblings. It's about the love between the eccentric people we meet in this life, and even though that make our days brighter when we're in our darkest moment. And it's lovely. It's just a lovely, dark, weird, funny at times movie. But yeah, Memoir of a Snail by Adam Elliott, my number 6. I think it's now on AMC Plus, or it will be soon. Go check it out. It's fantastic. But don't watch it with your kids. Jesus Christ. But yeah, number 6. Memoir.
Yeah, if you watch this with your, I'll just say, if you watch that with your kids, you're fucked.
A lot of titties in this movie for a cartoon. But yeah, number 6, Memoir of a Snail. Great movie.
Number 6. Oh boy. What does this have to do with us leaving? Everything. Heretic.
All right. Luke, before you begin, I feel the need to say something because it didn't happen, and I would be remiss not to mention it. Christmas was on the horizon, and I was actually one day considering asking for your home address. And the reason I was going to ask for your home address is I was going to get you a Christmas present. Then I saw how much it was going to be, and I said, nah, fuck that. But I was going to get you the Bob Ross Monopoly as an inside joke, because I knew you loved this movie. It was $50 goddamn dollars. Fuck that. I'm sorry. No. $50 for a board game. That $50 for an inside joke is too fucking expensive. And I couldn't think of anything. It's an
inside joke. I mean, you could have gotten me like a fast food gift card, like Burger King or something like that.
Yeah, but
they make an analogy with that in this movie, so.
Oh, that's right. They did. Or I could have gotten you a Radiohead album. This movie, I fucking love this movie too. It was this close to making my runners up. It was right on the outside of it. In fact, wait a second. No, it was a runner up. Never mind. It was a runner up. My bad.
But yeah, really like this is probably the smartest written horror film I think I've ever seen in my life.
It's great.
This film is going to make you question things about religion. And I think with what Hugh Grant does with this movie, like with his performance as Mr. Reed, I'm glad he's getting recognition for his performance. Like, he deserves it.
Fantastic. He's fantastic, but we also would be remiss not to mention Sophie Thatcher and Chloe East, who are so great in this movie.
Also, I love Sophie Thatcher. So.
I was just going to say, she's quickly becoming one of my favorite new actresses. I really like her a lot. I like Smile.
She was honestly my favorite part of The Boogeyman. So
The Boogeyman, she was good in Maxine. She was really good in... there was a TV show, I realized she was on it, but I didn't... Oh, Yellow Jackets, of course. But
Yellow Jackets, yep. And then, of course, Heretic. And also the upcoming movie Companion.
Which I think looks kind of great, honestly. But she's in... she was also in a really good miniseries that was short-lived. I think it's only available on Roku, and I think they repackaged it as like a feature film because it's only like 90 minutes altogether. But it was a web series. It's called When the Streetlights Go On. She was in that as well, which is really good. I highly recommend that one. But yeah, she's great. Chloe East, who I think the only movie I've seen her in was The Fabelmans, and I had to like look up that she was in.
She was also in The Wolf of Snow Hollow.
I never saw The Wolf of Snow Hollow.
Oh.
I heard it's good. It's on my list. But
yeah, the only other thing I saw Chloe East in for sure was The Fabelmans.
But she's great. And here's the other thing. I grew up, part of my family is Mormon. So I kind of grew up in the environment of generations of people who probably were these girls at one point in their life. And so that kind of made this movie... It was too close to reality at times for me, but I really liked that about it. Apparently, they also are ex-Mormon, those two actresses, and so they brought a certain level of authenticity to the performance.
For sure.
Yeah. But Hugh Grant, just...
Oscar-worthy. I don't care people say Oscar-worthy.
He should have gotten nominated for Paddington 2, goddammit. I mean that.
I think he honestly deserves it more for this one, to be honest. Like
he does, but I mean, it's overdue, is my point. He's been good.
Yeah, overdue for sure, but I mean, I'm just saying, like...
Wait a second.
I'll be honest. I think this is his best performance.
Like, I agree. Was he nominated for 4 Weddings and a Funeral, though? I feel like he must have been.
Maybe. I'm gonna fact check.
If not, he should have, because that's a great movie too. 4 Weddings and a Funeral.
Let's see. Hugh Grant. Nominated for... No. Apparently not.
Bullshit. Should have got nominated for music and lyrics, goddammit. There's the joke.
Yeah, but at least he's been getting recognition like across the board for his performance in Heretic.
He's great. He's great in that movie. And
Dude,
Yeah.
he even got a Critics' Choice Award nominee for Heretic. Like,
you heard that, Academy? You hear it? What this man is saying? Yeah.
Look at that.
Good. I'm happy. Okay, so that's your number 6. Do you have any other thoughts on Heretic?
I know this one was gonna spawn conversation, but
Yeah.
if you guys are like religious people, I'm just gonna say you gotta check this out.
You do, and I think that
I don't care if you're overly religious. Watch this movie.
I'll say this: if you're religious and open-minded, watch this movie. I feel like if you're religious and kooky, you're not gonna love this movie. You should still see it, but you're not gonna like it. But if you're religious but willing to listen to outside opinions, you'll be fine. Like if you're not the comment section of Nefarious, you'll be fine. You should go see this movie. Number 5.
Yep, go ahead.
Now we get into the good shit. We get the really good shit. Number 5. Luke, you're not going to understand this because most of the audience won't understand this, but in a few weeks, hopefully, as it expands out, you will. 3 words. Welcome to America. The Brutalist is my number 5. This is one of the best movies I've ever seen. On a sheer scale level, this is one of the best films I've ever seen. I saw it the same day I saw Memoir of a Snail. I saw this at SLIF. It was one of the opening night films at SLIF. I saw it on 70mm VistaVision. We were one of only a few prints that got it. So we got to see it as it was intended to be seen. This film is directed by Brady Corbet, who previously directed a couple movies. I haven't seen the movies he directed. However, he also was an actor. He was in 13, which is one of my favorite films. He was also in Funny Games, which is a great movie. He also was in Was It Great or Were You 8 pick for this guy, Thunderbirds, which I liked a lot as a kid. His nostalgia value. He was the main actor.
It's not bad.
It's not bad at all. He was the son. He was like the main character in that movie. He directed this movie, and I'm telling you something. Watching The Brutalist was so amazing. It was like watching. It's what must have felt like to see Dr. Zhivago for the first time. It's such an epic. The movie is, if you take with credits and with the 15-minute intermission, this movie is 3 hours and 55 minutes. It does not feel it once because it's so well done. It is a stunning movie. The acting is great, and it's going to get nominated for a lot of Oscars. Adrian Brody has never been better. He's fantastic in this movie. Even better than The Pianist, and I love The Pianist. He's so great in this movie. Great supporting work from Stacey Martin and Joe Alwyn. Another Creep by Joe Alwyn. I think Taylor Swift had the right idea, but he's a very good actor. Also, career best work from Felicity Jones, Guy Pearce, who's great as sort of other side of this idea of this coin, who kind of takes a chance on this guy and then doesn't have his best interests at heart. It's a great immigrant story. It's a great American story. It's one of the best films of the decade so far. My number 5, and somehow it's only number 5, but it's fantastic. Go see The Brutalist. It's an A24 film, so it'll be coming out more eventually. It's already out in limited release. It's expanding. I think it's starting to expand a little more this weekend, even next weekend. So yeah, go check out The Brutalist by Brady Corbet. It's my number 5.
All right, number 5.
Yeah.
All right, hold on a second, Grant. I gotta get out my special glasses for this one.
No, I know it's coming. Step on by the Clown Cafe, your favorite meals and wheels.
Terrifier 3.
The best of the trilogy, and it's not even a contest, as far as I'm concerned.
No contest for that. I mean, I enjoy all of them. Like,
same.
They're just my kind of movie.
Well, same except the first one. I kind of didn't like the first one very much. Let me put it this way. I liked it. I didn't like the movie. I loved David Howard Thornton. Like, he made that movie what it was. I feel like without him, it would have sucked.
Yes. Grant, I'm just gonna ask you this. Do you remember when you told me to bring my barf bucket for this?
I think I did, actually.
I turned out completely fine.
So did I, but I didn't, I could see why this movie would make somebody throw up though, because it gets fucking
I
brutal.
did not throw up a single time watching it.
Well, neither did I, but I'm a desensitized, diseased little weirdo, so it's not. I've seen the worst kind of shit.
If you guys are familiar with the guy named Alex, aka Pugapillar, on YouTube, he did a reaction to this one. You do see him throw up on camera.
Oh, I saw that the other day. Actually, it was great.
It was twice. It's the shower scene, obviously, of course. Like
that scene,
people will throw up watching that scene. Like besides him, there are going to be a lot of other people that will throw up.
Our friend Alec Bahan said, I think, the nicest response I've ever gotten to one of my Facebook comments. I mentioned that I loved the movie, and Austin responded, because of course he did. Like, it was good, didn't really go hard enough, and I responded with, that dude's ass and nads would beg to differ, and then Alex said, you won Facebook.
But the other scene that Pugapillar puked at was the scene when the ant was getting that tube
no, see, that
down
was
her throat up. And then letting rats crawl in, and then before Vicky put the rats down, he was like,
can I be real with you? That was my alley moment from this one. Where I'm like, this is pushing the line from being over the top ridiculous to being downright like unfair and sadistic. Like I was like, this is kind of too much, but it was good. It was
well. To be fair, that's Art the Clown. He doesn't care how he kills people.
Right, but yeah, but that's even the scene that I have to say, like I was in the theater and I ran into a friend of mine and she was in my row, and we were just happened to be both seeing the movie at the same time. It was a packed theater opening night, and I remember sitting in the theater. And the part with the glass, the shard of glass.
Oh God!
I literally
was it when like Vicky cut her arm, or she was sticking it up?
It was when she moved it to another body part. You know which one?
That's what I was saying. She was sticking it up.
Yeah, when she was jerking it with the shard of glass. I out loud in the theater without realizing it, just knee-jerk reaction, lifted my leg up on my chair and went. I never do this. I went. What? She's not going to. Oh my! No! Like out loud, I was like, no! I was like out loud, I was like, no! Fuck! No! And then everybody started laughing, and I realized how loud I was. And she looked over, and she was like, "Fucking A." I was like, "Yeah, exactly." I was like, "Oh, fucking no!"
God also, the scene when Art the Clown like rips the dude's head off and unwraps it like a Christmas present. I'm like, "Merry Christmas."
So cold motherfucker.
It just goes to like,
it's so great.
Go to show how sadistic Art the Clown is. I don't know what will.
What, Jason? Get in here, you son of a bitch. What's up, Grant
Jason?
and Joe Ponto? You're late. We're almost done.
But yeah, Terrifier 3, dude. Like,
good.
I've seen it 4 times already.
I've seen it twice, theatrically.
I saw it twice in theaters. I saw it a second time on Halloween because me and Justin had nothing to do, so I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go watch this again.
Hey, buddy, how are you? Good man, that guy, Jason. Good.
Yeah.
It's a good.
I love Terrifier 3. Can't get really. We'll see how Terrifier 4 goes when that comes out.
Also, can Lauren Lavera become like an A-list movie star now? She's just fucking amazing.
Yes.
It's so good. You know, she is going to be, apparently, they announced the full cast list for, which, this is like my most anticipated movie of next year, honestly. The Life of Chuck, Mike Flanagan's Life of Chuck. She is in it. She's part of she at least has a small role in it, Lauren Lavera. So that's awesome.
Let's go.
Fucking
W.
So excited. I also love Terrifier 3. By the way, you know what I got Austin for Christmas? You'll be proud of me.
What?
I got him a t-shirt that says, "Just the tip, I promise," and it has a bloody knife on it, which is, of course, Terrifier 2 reference. And then I got that. I was at Spencer's just kind of browsing. They have, in the candy section, gummy brains, Art the Clown Cafe gummy brains that have, like, brain juice ooze out of it, like Gushers, fruits, like fruit snacks of like brains, but it has Art the Clown on it. I got him a bag of those, and I put it in like this. He loved it. I was very proud of myself. Yeah, good movie. All right, number 4.
Yep, number 4.
Luke mentioned it, but I told myself I was going to save it for it.
Go ahead.
Hey, Luke.
What's up?
You'll believe a man can fly, but you know what else? You'll believe a man can do great things. Superman, the Christopher Reeve story, is my number 4.
Yes, sir.
I loved this film. This is truly one of the most moving, compassionate, intelligent. It's the kind of movie that makes me feel like the world is a slightly better place for it existing. It's important. And I mean that sincerely. And the fact that it wasn't even considered for shortlisting for documentary feature at the Oscars. Go fuck yourself, Academy. You pieces of shit. He doesn't need a trophy, though. Because, you know, Christopher Reeve, what he did in the world. And to see him, and not only see him, see what his children did. And how their heroism. And the way that it's just so inspiring. It's so beautiful. And also, it made me, I couldn't help it. It's been a while since a documentary has made me so tempted. The night I saw it twice in theaters. I saw it once when they did the Fathom screening, and then they did a proper, like, wide release. I took my mom. I wanted her to go see it. I said, Mom, you have to see this movie. So we went on Cinema Day, and we went to see it. And she also said, like, this is one of her favorites of the year. It's a beautiful movie. The stuff with Robin Williams, I didn't know they were such good friends. Genuinely, I didn't know. But here's the thing. I left this movie, you know what I did immediately when I went home the night I saw this? After I posted my review, I went on to Max and I watched Superman, the first one, again.
Yeah.
And it made that movie better. Because that movie's already a great movie. Like, no shade at all. But it's just such a great story. And he's such a great guy. And rest in peace, Christopher Reeve. You're a hero, a real hero. And I'll tell you what, this movie, I was a puddle during, like, most of this movie. It was, like, I adored this movie. It's my number 4, Superman, the Christopher Reeve story. It should be nominated for Best Documentary Feature. I don't know why it's not. I think that's a major, or even considered. They're not even considering it for it. That's just wrong, as far as I'm concerned. It's directed by Ian Bohnholt and Peter Etajui. I hope I'm saying that correctly, but yeah, great film. Excellent. And good filmmaking, too. It's really well made as a piece of filmmaking, also. Yeah, number 4, Superman, the Christopher Reeve story. It's great. Go see it. It's on HBO Max. I think it's also airing on HBO if you have the channel on your TV. It's also playing on that. So check your local listings. Great movie.
All right, next up, number 4.
Yeah.
Nosferatu.
Yay!
Yep, Nosferatu. I've already watched it twice. Grant pretty much took all the words right out of my mouth, so I don't really need to go any further.
It's so great. It's so great.
So there you go. Yeah, we don't need to go any further. So let's just go to number 3.
Number 3. Hey, Luke.
Yes.
I give you permission. Tell me to go fuck myself.
Go fuck yourself.
What did you just say?
I said go fuck yourself.
Oh, me go fuck myself? You go fuck yourself. I'm like, that's right. I'm your fucking motherfucker. Honora is my number 3.
A little higher on mine.
Be a fucking man and talk to me. Number 3, Honora, directed by Sean Baker, the king, the great Sean Baker. Luke? There are some performances where you don't even need to consider it. You're just like, you might as well, if you're not already edging their name onto the Oscar, you're not doing it right. Mikey Madison is one such performance. This is a revelation, quite frankly. This is one of the best acting performances I think I've ever seen. She's so good in this movie. She is absolutely on fire in every moment of this movie. She is absolutely, first off, sexy. Second off, hilarious. Third off, sympathetic to a T. You really care about this person. Sean Baker is brilliant at taking these characters that are in society would be considered supporting characters at best and forgotten at worst, and making it film about them and making them feel, make the problems, the seemingly small problems of people like sex workers, feel as world changing as any big epic battle in a city square. And this movie is lovely. It's funny. It's insane. It starts as one movie. It starts as sort of a modern day sort of Pretty Woman thing. The way that this movie changes itself and tonally changes and moves and becomes a whole other movie while remaining consistent and turning into this sort of farcical Coen Brothers-esque caper for something like After Hours-ish, but doing it in a way that really feels of a piece with everything else, and then leading to a final scene that is the heartbreaker of the year. That ending is one of the best endings ever. Not just this year, ever. It is beautifully handled. It is beautifully acted. It is beautifully shot. It is beautifully paced. The last scene of that movie, I'm not gonna lie, I cried. I thought it was so well judged. And I read the original script. They have it online now. And there was an additional line that Igor says in that last scene, and they cut it out because, according to Sean Baker, he said, it worked so much better when they didn't say a thing. I'm like, yeah.
1,000%.
Yeah, I agree. So yeah, Anora, number 3. Just, I fucking love this movie. I've already watched this movie 2 more times. I love this movie. Love this movie.
So
love
good.
this movie. Love this movie. Also, men watching, always be an Igor. Never be a Vanya. Fuck that little twerp. But yeah, number 3, Anora. By Sean Baker.
All right. Number 3.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I guess you're fucked. They made a video and everything. That's crazy.
Hey, Luke, I gotta tell you something. He goes, you think nobody needs biscuit? We need biscuit. Mankind needs biscuit.
Yeah, if you guys couldn't tell by us doing that, my number 3 is Y2K.
It's good, god damn it. It's
honestly,
really
in my opinion, the most underrated film of the year.
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I love this movie. It's funny. It's got some pretty bloody kills in the first act,
and some kind of sad scenes too, like some genuine emotion.
I think it's honestly one of the more heartfelt films that people don't give enough credit for, especially when you bring in Fred Durst, which I did not expect to have an emotional core with Fred Durst,
who, can't lie, is kind of great in this movie. Honestly, as Fred Durst, he's kind of good in this movie.
Yes. Yeah, I genuinely love this movie. I think it's funny. Like I said, but also has one of the best soundtracks out there.
Dude.
You will want to be rocking in your seat when you hear "Closing Time" by Semisonic at the end of the movie.
Great song, and also that, like, what was the line that goes like, I rate that fucking sick. Well, out of 10 or whatever. I really like the movie. My only issue with Y2K, and it's what kept it from the 5-star rating, because I also love that film. I feel like the movie peaks in the first 30 minutes, and I feel like after that initial party scene, I don't think anything in the movie quite lives up to the high of the insanity of that moment. But I think what follows is still good. I think it's still really good. But I think that initial party scene where, like, people are getting killed by flying VHS tapes and, like, salad mixers to the dick. It's like, okay, that was inventive.
Or hell, even a Tamagotchi drilling through a chick's head.
Yeah, Tamagotchi, no. Also, I love not just the girl doesn't just get killed by a flying VHS tape. It's a bootleg VHS tape of Varsity Blues, like, and like that. Also, I think that when you're talking about Kyle Mooney movies, I preferred Brigsby Bear a little bit more, just because I thought the resonance of that movie was better. I love that movie, but
I love Kyle Mooney in general. So
he's just. I loved his stuff on SNL. I love, if you haven't seen it, it's a really underrated Netflix series he did called Saturday Morning All-Star Hits, where they kind of took the aesthetic of this, but it was like a series of VHS tapes of people recording like a kids WB-like show, and then like a narrative starts to form as it goes along. Really fun show. I highly recommend that one. But yeah, really, really good movie. Doesn't deserve all the hate at all. A lot of fun. I liked Y2K.
Yeah, I don't. This is one of those films where it's like, I kind of question people that hate this movie. Like, do you guys know what fun is?
Well, the other thing is the audience didn't like it either. Didn't it get like a D+? I think that's kind of really that movie.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
I don't care if you didn't grow up in the era of the 90s. This is a film where it's like, you don't always need to have like the deepest characters or the most thought-provoking stories to make a good movie.
I remember Y2K vividly. That was one of my first memories, the actual moment in history. And as somebody who lived through that, this movie was nothing like that, and yet I still enjoyed it.
I mean, yeah, this is like not only just an exaggerated version of it, but what would actually happen if they didn't take the precautions?
Yeah.
So, anyways, yeah, Y2K is my number 3.
Yeah.
So,
number 2?
Numero dos.
Número dos.
Go for it.
Okay, Luke, you haven't seen this movie. I know you haven't. Tonight, you have no excuse. This movie takes no time to watch. Number 2, if you don't believe me that this year has been the best for animation, we have reached number 2. Look Back.
All right.
Look Back is... I was one of the lucky few, because this movie had a very limited release. I was very lucky. One of my theaters, not far from my house, got this movie the one night it was showing. I got to see it theatrically with a pretty packed audience. Subtitled, of course, fantastic Japanese subtitles. Look Back is a beautiful film. It's one of the best animated films, quite frankly, I've ever seen. It is mature, it's moving, it's funny. It's also devastating, and the story, it's all about grief, and it's all about the need for art in the wake of violence and in the wake of tragedy. It's about friendship, it's about female friendship, it's about the beauty of art and what it can give the world and what it can give us as people, and it has all of these themes perfectly packed into a movie that is only 58 minutes long. Wow. But it feels like a whole experience. It is just barely feature length. It's short, but it has more to say about the human experience than movies that are twice as long. And it's lovely. It's on Amazon Prime now. It is literally under an hour. If you have not seen this movie, it's also dubbed on there, and I've watched it. It's a good dub. Luke, you got to watch this movie. It's literally under an hour long. You got to watch this movie, dude. It's so good.
At some point, I will.
Telling you you'd love this movie. I want to read the manga because I've heard it's a pretty faithful adaptation of that. But yeah, it's great. It's a very personal film. It is a more adult-leaning animated film, but I do think certain patient younger audiences. There's nothing in it that would hurt necessarily younger audiences, but I think that it's not an action movie. It's a character study that's anime, and it's amazing. It's directed by Kiyotaka Oshiyama. By the way. My niece ended up seeing this movie because of my review and loves it. It's one of her favorites. So, and she's 13, I think. So yeah, Look Back. Kiyotaka Oshiyama directed and wrote. It's based on the manga of the same name. Go check it out. It's on Prime Video. It's great. Look Back, number 2 of the whole year.
Yeah. All right, number 2.
Yeah.
Also the animated train as well.
Yay.
Number 2, I'm Already Home. And I am A Wild Robot.
Fucking love that movie.
Easily in my opinion, the best animated film of 2024.
You've seen, yeah. Yeah.
Well, nothing's gonna beat it for me, dude. I'm sorry,
Okay.
nothing's gonna beat it.
Fair enough. I agree. It's a great movie, though.
I hope this one wins Best Animated Feature at the Oscars. I really hope this one wins because
it will.
This one is. I'm serious, dude. When I first saw this film, I'm gonna watch it again here very soon. I cried like a little bitch. Like,
I'll tell you something. The only movie that I think could probably beat it, and that's mainly just because of how much of Academy darlings they are, is probably Wallace and Gromit. Just because the other ones have all won. All the previous shorts and or films with them have won. But still, I agree.
I think The Wild Robot should honestly take it. Because
I agree.
Because I really don't think there's any other animated film out there that I think deserves it more than this one. Like, this has some of the most gorgeous,
it's beautiful
animation I've ever seen, and DreamWorks is on a high right now. I mean,
not counting the movie we'll talk about next week. It doesn't count. It wasn't made in house, so.
I'll tell you this. It looks like they got in regards to their animation, it looks like they got 2 bangers coming up here in 2025. Because we got Dogman this January, which looks cute.
Well, I'm excited just because I kind of loved Captain Underpants. I thought that movie was hilarious.
I love Captain Underpants, and I read the little comic strip that is part, I think, of the last book of Captain Underpants.
I think it was a plot point, the making of the comic in the last book, and then they spun it off into its own like side series, which is what the movie's based on. Yeah,
I do want to read those other books, but I can tell that this film is going to be based off of that first little comic strip based off of that last Captain Underpants book, which I don't mind because, I mean, if you've seen the trailer, then you can kind of tell that you can definitely kind of tell like what it is like they get into an accident or they get an injury on the job and they and basically the doctors have an idea to get the dog's head onto the human's head, and things go from there.
Yeah, I actually read the first 3 books, and if it's anything like them, it should be delightful if they follow it at all, because the books are really, really good.
Yeah. So number 2, Wild Robot, easy. So good.
Drum roll. All right, number one. I saw this movie in July, but it's hung in there in the awards season. It's probably going to be nominated for Best Picture as well. The movie didn't play in a lot of theaters initially, but it will be showing. I got to see it at the Mystery thing. It will be showing wide in a couple of weeks. It's great if you haven't seen it. And that movie is the movie that I think is the best film of the year. Number 1, Sing Sing. It's my number 1. This movie is the best example I've seen all year of what Roger Ebert called the empathy machine. You're into another life. You're seeing it for yourself. And you're living it, and you feel like you can feel this movie. There's something about the way that it's made, and the way that it's shot, and the way that it's acted and written, and everything else. You feel like it's palpable. You can touch it. There's just something about it. It's such a beautiful piece of art. It's all about this prison where these men. It's based on a real place. It's based on these real men who were there, most of whom play themselves. They're not actors. One of whom not only gives one of the best supporting performances of the year, but also co-wrote the screenplay, that being Clarence Macklin, a.k.a. Divine Eyes, that is his name, who is fantastic in this movie, with the main centerpiece lead acting being from Coleman Domingo, who is always great, and is also great here. It's about a Shakespeare company, basically, that is formed in this prison, and the real prisoners play themselves, but it's a Shakespeare company. They're doing Hamlet, but it's kind of different. Like, let's put it to you this way: it's Hamlet if it also involved science fiction elements and Freddy Krueger, because everybody gets a say in what the play is going to be, and it becomes this amazing story of how these motley crew people put this together and understand each other. And as much as that sounds hokey, there is not a cliche in this movie. It is so real in the way that it deals with these people and their life and their redemption. This is a beautiful movie. It is a movie that makes me feel glad that movies as an art form exist. Movies like Sing Sing make movies like the ones we're going to talk about next week worth it to find a movie that is such a perfect encapsulation of beauty as it. It's my number one. It's the film of the year for me. It's not going to be top. Number one, Sing Sing. It's directed by, it's also A24, who is just, A24 is fantastic, is it not? It's like one of the greatest studios ever made movies. It's directed by Greg Quidar. I hope I'm saying that name correctly. Fantastic movie. Just a fantastic movie. It's my number one, Sing Sing.
I don't need to go too long about my number one because Grant already mentioned it.
Okay.
All right. Cue me in, please. Drum roll, please. Number one is Anora.
Yay! Good pick.
Yep, Anora is my number one.
Be a fucking man and talk to me.
I freaking love Anora. I love my husband, and I plan on being with him forever.
That moment, real quick, that moment when she stands up to the mom, that freaking like, he is like, yeah, I'm a stripper, and guess what? Your son hates you so fucking much. It's like, oh, it's just so good. Like that he married me just to piss you off. I was fist pumping the air both times. And like, you tell her. Oh, so good.
Yeah. Honestly, probably it is easily my favorite film from Sean Baker by far. Like, no question.
Yeah. I've only seen 2 of his other films. So yeah, of the 3 I've seen, it's his best. I've seen Tangerine and I've seen The Florida Project, both of which I love.
There you go.
This is the best. Great movie. Real quick, I want to end with one of the best lines I've heard about Anora, which is, and if you haven't seen this channel, go check it out. It's called In Frame Out. It's a really great film review channel. And they put it on their list, and they said, like, Anora is a modern Cinderella story for every person who wishes that Prince Charming would just pay for services rendered and leave Cinderella the fuck alone. I'm like, yep. Yeah.
Yep.
Agreed. Perfect. Great movie. So now, real quick, before we say goodbye, we have a few awards to give out, and then this is gonna be take like a minute. So the award for MVP male actor of the year goes to, drum roll, Nicholas Hoult.
I think I'd agree.
That is easy. MVP actress of the year goes to. Wait a second. I actually got to think about this one. Hold on. Trying to think. Who would you pick, Luke? You get to pick this one. I forgot.
Oh, I get a pick.
Yes. Now they have to be in the most good movies on the list of the year.
What?
Most good projects in 1 year is the.
Oh God. Grant, you're literally putting me on the spot right now, dude.
Okay.
Oh, this is tough.
We can save it for next week if you want to. We can table that one.
I think I'll just pick because she's in 2 movies that are literally on my list. So.
I think I would agree. I think I know what you're gonna pick.
It's not exactly who you think it is, but cue me in. The drum rolls.
Okay.
I'm actually going to give it to Melissa Barrera.
She was my second pick. I thought you were going to go with Catherine Newton, but yeah, good pick.
I pick Melissa Barrera. So
okay, breakout stars of 2024 goes to male and female. Male, Tommy Dewey.
Tommy Dewey.
Come on. Close second would be Divine Eyes, and then finally a woman. I mean, of course, it's Mikey Madison. What are we even talking about? She's the bird.
Yeah, exactly. Close second though, Lily Rose Depp. I'll give Lily Rose Depp a close second.
I like that. Lily Rose Depp also should definitely, and Cynthia Erivo as well. She's a
yes.
But yeah, great movie. Also, best. I'm trying to think about this. Best theater experience. Well, I'm going to give it to a movie that's not on the list because it's not even a single movie. I'm going to give it to Dismember the Alamo Marathon at the Draft House on Halloween because that was, man.
Oh man.
Got to see 5 great horror films I'd never seen before. All of which were fucking bangers. With a packed drunk crowd.
I think I'm gonna give mine to Bad Boys Ride or Die.
Okay.
Yeah, because there were some people in that theater that were howling with laughter.
You know what? For regular movies, I'm gonna say Terrifier 3, actually. For theater experiences. That was wild.
Yeah.
It was also great. All the films I saw at SLIF, too. I really loved the audience at SLIF. That was so great. I can't wait to do it again next year. I'm really excited to do that again. But yeah, so that, I think, is about it for this time. We've hit 4 hours 10. So, but the time is not finished. Luke.
Hold on. Oh, I got some for you.
Hello? Luke. What? Wait a second. Luke!
Hold on.
That was the president.
Oh, I got some for you.
There's a bomb strapped underneath both of our computers. It's going to go off next Sunday night.
I'll just tell you what I got to say to the president. Well, I'll just tell you what I got to say to the president about this.
Yeah.
Fuck you!
Atom bomb. Yeah, we are going to drop a bomb on these fuckers. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the worst films of 2024.
Or how about this?
1 week from tonight.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut the fuck up. I'd like to fuck at you.
We are gonna roast these puppies like a Thanksgiving turkey, man. We're gonna roast this shit. So we will have that, and then also we're still on Tuesday for the 14th, right? So we're not gonna wait another week. Yeah, we're gonna, unless you want to do it the following Sunday, which we can do.
Let's just do Sunday instead.
Okay. So then 2 weeks from tonight, we will finish off this little wrap up with the best and worst. I have a top 30 best and a top 10 worst films of the decade. So we will do both of those in 2 weeks. But next week, we do the worst films of the year. Decade so far. So far. The decade's not over, of course. It's half over. So we're going to do... but yeah.
So far.
So take care, everyone. And the bomb is going to go off next week. And to be contended. Take care. Bye.
Peace.
Thanks for coming, man. Bye.
All right, see ya.